gonna do this. We're here. Hey, is this thing on? Okay, here goes. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls and children of all ages, strap yourself in and prepare for the chaos that is the Fox Den. They make you laugh, they make you cry, they will eat all of your snacks and will never forget them. Without further ado, 9 and Mrs. Nine-Tail Fox! Oh, sorry, that was my laugh track. I'm sorry, I thought I had an applause track in there. Hold on. I think I got this for you, Matthias. Hold on, I got your... There it is. There we go. Welcome in, everybody. Hello, Matthias. How are you?
Sorry, I was distracted. I'm watching Lise and Kaj right now eat MREs. So, don't mind me.
As they say, misery loves company. Mrs. did it. She's like, now you all have to suffer.
Kaj is enjoying theirs. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're not there enjoying theirs.
They had the bread with like peanut butter.
MREs.
And what they say, she got beef stew.
Yeah, you don't put peanut butter on that bread. You either eat it plain or you put the cheese on it. Any of the cheese will do.
Well, the cheese was not hers.
Hello,
it was
Zim.
Lee's. The cheese was Lee's for the chili mac.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. You never eat what comes into yours. You always trade and steal from other people.
No, Lee's took it back because would you give up your jalapeno cheese?
It depends. What am I getting in return?
Nothing.
Well, then no.
Okay, well then that's what I'm saying.
No, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, millennial. Yes, the cheese, the peanut butter is good, but like I just eat the peanut butter plain because the protein.
29th anniversary with the Fox Den. That Eli is
impressive.
A lot of years before we even started.
25 to be exact.
That is a long time.
I don't even remember that. Like
29 years ago,
I'm 36. Months. Oh, months.
I was 3.
Oh, yeah,
I was 3.
Yeah, Mrs. was still a toddler. I feel like that's illegal. She was 3. It means I was 7. We got you, Eli. We got you.
Oh, guys. Oh, boy.
We've got a day plan for you, and by that we mean we're gonna do some updated patch notes. Hopefully, less eventful than last time.
Ogre? Sir, that is not allowed.
Well,
I do not accept that.
Hello, Borful. How are you?
You're gonna be healthy, and you're gonna like it.
But yeah, absolutely, millennial. Like I said, the cheese was good. You could always eat the cheese plain. You could always eat the peanut butter plain. But there's like the wheat snack bread, which for those who don't know is basically like 3 pieces of bread condensed into like one little square. But it's like, for whatever reason, however they do it, it's like super soft. No matter how old it is, it's always like super soft, and it's just really good. And so, like I said, it's basically your carbs for the next 3 years. But it's really good. And like I said, the only thing that's really acceptable to put on it is
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
I loved it, Matthias.
Absolutely.
I loved it. Oh boy. You guys.
I have to ask this before I forget.
Hello, Jean. It's Monday. Just being woke you up. This one monitor life suck. Oh no. Can you check around on like Craigslist for like
Randy.
a cheap one or something?
You're going dark. Yeah, right.
Hi, Randy.
Streaking all through here.
I didn't pull the January monthly giveaway, so no, nobody has one.
We're gonna pull 2 in February, maybe. I don't know.
No, I'm gonna pull it. I just got to put it together. I'll do that on stream today. Yeah, it's Monday. I hate Mondays. I gotta go into the office tomorrow. I didn't go in last week. Probably should show up this week. Won't hear back for about another week or 2. Ugh. At least they ruled out anything major, so now you have to go see a cardiologist. Dinner was good, Randy. Dinner was good. We had chicken wraps tonight for dinner.
We did. And tots.
Plan to buy one with the first paycheck. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
It was
fair.
Randy, were you able to get that the Reaper working? Or am I gonna have to start? Am I gonna have to like it
was his dinner getting cold, Randy. That wasn't my problem.
Right. I'll go and like remote into your computer, and if I have to.
Oh, you can never go wrong with tots.
What's coming to PC? Are you talking about
Horizon Zero Dawn 2?
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
That's Zero Dawn. Now I just need money to afford it, and then I can see what all the hubbub is about. Since Randy seems to be obsessed with it. Forbidden West, yep. Oh, Forbidden West, yeah. Since Randy seems to be obsessed with it, if I can afford it at some point, I will have to.
Sir, do not go and blow your gaming budget on games that have already been out for a while.
Yeah, but now they're on PC and I can actually play them.
You get $100 a year to spend on games, sir.
I know.
And it's only February. I'll be checking in a little while. Had a neighbor hang out with the kids. Oh, nice.
So Ogre, Horizon Forbidden West is coming to PC, and so Randy's obsessed with it, and it does look like a lot of fun. Don't get me wrong, it's a lot of fun. It's like it's almost like Tomb Raider, right?
And we already spent 125, basically millennial.
But it feels
That's the story
like
of my life.
Every day. So. Just what the Lego. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna lie, Ogre. I'm gonna tell you this. Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm gonna.
I don't know what he's doing. He didn't fill me in.
Hold on.
Do not get cheesy tots from Burger King. They're way too crunchy and the cheese is nasty. I don't. My stomach does not do well with Burger King.
And
I don't know why.
Randy, I'm sure you're very familiar with them, but I was not up until recently. And hold on, I gotta try and find them because there's like a whole collection of them. Please hold.
What?
Hold on. Just go, yabba dabba yabba for like 5 seconds.
Still don't know what he's doing. JC. Yes, Matthias. We are going to do. There's going to be 2 options. Either. I literally thought I hit send on that to you, and obviously I didn't. I had wrote out this entire thing and then definitely forgot to hit send somewhere. Yep, that's me. It's probably on another computer that had Discord open. Cool. So what we're going to be able to do is either do a whole new tier if it's something you want to do automatically monthly. So what we're going to do is introduce a new Kofi tier, which basically allows you to include allows you to have the ability to send a sticker to a friend every month. And it's just the sticker. It wouldn't be any, the additional stuff that goes along with it. Especially in your case, that person can't necessarily be tied to someone specific and, endorse someone specially.
Oh, thank you, JC.
Especially if it's on somebody's behalf. So we're going to introduce basically a, tier 3 plus or a tier 2 plus, which allows you basically the perks of what you have plus the bonus. Or if people just want to purchase the sticker and let us know, you can purchase it separately in the shop, and then we can send it out to that address. So I just have to set it up on Kofi, because you can't like give somebody a subscription. You can't have multiple subscriptions. So for those that want it automated, where they don't have to worry about going in and making a separate purchase in the shop every month, that just want it as an auto charge every month, it would have to be a tier. And then again, you can't have multiple subscriptions, so it's a little wonky. I definitely have some suggestions for Kofi to drop in their suggestion box. Hello, Blonde Dragon. How you doing? How are you doing? Seen it built at the Legos. Somebody. Oh shoot, was it Linixel who did the Horizon Forbidden West Lego Set 9? I saw somebody was building it. I thought it might have been Linixel. I'll have to go back on my Instagram. Somebody was building it. Work has kept you busy. Oh, I know. Sometimes work can get out of hand like that. I know that. I know. We get a lot of people who stupid. The tall neck? What? What is going on?
Viking trash. Tall neck. I don't even know what the tall neck is.
Randy, I thought you were describing Linixel as the person with the tall neck. I'm like, what are you talking about? The tall neck is a place. Is that it? Noted. Or yeah, okay. That's a reference to the game, not a person. I'm like, who describes someone like that?
Randy, apparently.
I'm with you. I got you. Guys, look what came in. January stickers.
I mean, it's more than just January, but...
Well, we also have February and March. Tall neck is like, I'm with you. I thought he was asking for a beer. Ooh, I still have cider downstairs.
You do. You have two.
I've only ever heard beers called tall boys or long necks. I've never heard of tall neck. I've never heard of a tall neck beer. Long necks, but not tall necks. Thank you for
right.
so iffy.
So this may not be the actual one that I saw. And now I'm very sad, but so maybe, and I'm not going to show you this one because it's on Temu. But basically, in short, Lego and Ogre can definitely give me the correct information. So Lego puts out these every so I don't know why, but recently, like my TikToks, things like that have been.
God damn it, Nighttime.
It's always a classic. But basically, what's been happening is every so often, like a TikTok will come across about, like, it's like the scroller images, and so they're like, oh, Lego sets, but not for kids. And one of them that I saw was like the Japanese mythical creature series. So you have like the Tengu, you have the Nekomata, you have the Kappa, you have the Kitsune, and I'm like, I need to put that on my throne, because I don't usually collect Legos or do anything with Legos, but if someone gets me a Kitsune, I will sit here for like however long it takes me on stream and actually build it. But yeah, no, they're like official. Ogre, they're like official Legos. They're like official sets. I don't know if they were like limited release or special edition or stupid ads, but yeah, no, they're like, yeah, I know those bloody ads. They're like official Lego sets. Hello, Lucid.
Hi, Lucid.
How are you?
So I'm really bent out of shape because this stupid.
That's what I was looking for.
The stupid website where I get my special links generated isn't working. So, Duplex, I will send you some options. I did see your message. Starweaver! Welcome in, Raiders! Enjoy dinner, Randy. Welcome in, welcome in. How is your stream? I'm sorry for anybody coming in the middle of an ad break. I'm sorry.
But for anyone not going through an ad break, welcome in.
Just a few of us dropping by. Well,
Hey,
we
absolutely.
appreciate y'all coming on over. How was your stream? I know you should be able to hear me without the ads getting in your way.
Like we say all the time, we don't care if you're coming in with 1 or 1,000. The fact that you thought of us means the world.
Blonde
thank you, Blonde Dragon.
7 months.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your 7 months and with your Prime. We realize we know you only get 1, and thank you very much for
Look at you,
sharing it
you're
with us.
beautiful. You're beautiful.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, beautiful.
9 can switch over to something that's not our faces, though.
It's true. I saw your face from the printed place.
She's just singing stuff and
And
things.
now I know it's true.
Thank you, James Blunt. Also, for any of my Kofi subs
Absolutely. Always
that
take it easy.
have not voted in the poll yet, if you are a Kofi sub and subscribe at any tier, you guys get access to some stuff and things, and including a poll that's open until Wednesday. And we are taking a vote on the theme for our next cooking stream.
Yeah.
I gotta count my choice. We need to.
No, we already made it.
It looks like McFurb actually backed you up so far. So Dath and McFurb have voted for the floral theme. We also have a singles awareness theme and a red theme. Those are the options. She's so far on time. So
A little tied.
it was originally tied, 1 for red, 1 for singles awareness, and 1 for floral. And then
Singles.
Yeah.
So
yes, singles awareness. Honestly, our singles awareness theme, what we were gonna do with that was do meals for 1. How to cook just a nice fun meal for 1.
Yep. How's 9 tonight? 9 is okay. So as I've mentioned recently, I recently got a positive diagnosis for a condition that I've known about for years. But the VA just said, like, oh yeah, we'll start treating that. They won't give me a rating for it, but they said they'd treat it anyway for the Raynaud's. And so, for those who don't know what Raynaud's is, it's basically, depending on what type you have, in my case, it is vasoconstriction, severe vasoconstriction, secondary to several bouts of hypothermia. I digress. So, what the VA said was, here's a blood pressure medication to basically vasodilate you, which means open up my veins and get more blood flow. And here's some nitro paste, which they usually give to people with who are high risk for heart attacks, because again, it vasodilates, it opens up the blood vessels. So basically, post jumping into the frigid waters of New England, I decided I'm going to put this on my feet.
I'm sorry, Starweaver.
No, Dath. That's the thing. The reason I didn't bring it up is because I didn't want you all to, because the missus isn't in any better condition. We didn't want you all to like
heart conditions.
Right, to really think like, oh my god, like let's because we want to have fun with it, right? I wouldn't do anything that I was not comfortable that I would probably live from.
Yeah, no, we took the risks into consideration when doing this, and we knew if we took the proper precautions, we'd be fine. We just had to do it right. Can you find something fun that won't hurt you? Chat doesn't seem to like that, Dath.
Yeah. Chat, that's not exciting. Yeah. Yes, probably won't. Right. So, like I said, I only went in for like a minute and a half for those of you who weren't there to enjoy the frigidness.
The VOD is up here on Twitch.
Yep.
You guys get there. Mark, just making a heart first.
Oh yes, this says eat a salad. I've got
9,
lettuce
did you get
downstairs.
the salad today?
I've got plenty of stuff to make a salad for you. I've got lettuce downstairs. I've got some broccoli I can throw in there.
Who puts broccoli in an effing salad.
How would you know you don't eat
no,
salad?
That's not even fair. Much shrinkage was had. Yeah, there was. I was in the pool.
there's.
I believe that's the quote.
Right? I swear it was cold. It was cold that day.
That is like, if you're gonna like torment me, like just give me an actual salad. Like don't put lettuce and broccoli in a bowl.
Cold water, right? Broccoli is the best vegetable.
They did the plunge in Finland. Like I said, the polar plunges are a very common thing. A lot of people do them.
Yep.
Again, if you don't have health conditions, they're
Oh, I was gonna say, if you don't have health insurance, don't do it.
They're not as overly impactful. But I have a pre-existing heart condition, which again increases your troponin levels, which mine are already elevated, which can lead to actual like damage to your heart and stuff like that. So, like I said, there's a lot of factors that go into it that we are just at higher risk for, which is why we just took the right precautions. So we're fine. Right. We're all fine.
I said I wasn't gonna sit in there until I floated,
totally
belly up.
Rich, at that point, like, inside out,
right? Basically. But yeah, so like I said,
you can put cheese on anything for me. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, it was a very slow dip.
Yeah.
Like I said, because again, part of the preparation for it is basically go in with your feet first. Get your hands wet, rub it on the back of your neck. Again, get your body used to it and acclimate it to some extent. And like I said, I was in for a minute. Now, the worst part about it is I can, legit say, and this would have happened whether I had any conditions or not, is I'm horribly out of shape. Which is probably why this was the way it was. I probably could have stayed in longer, but I was having trouble breathing as the cold and my body succumbed to the cold. So I was and when I say difficulty breathing, I mean, it's just like, again, it was tough to take a deep breath and that sort of thing. So I got you, Kita. So again, that's one of the reasons why I stayed in there long. Now, I know Rich was saying that their sister, kind of like does it, has a group that they try to train up for it and do it every month. Yeah, Coldwater also does that. Yeah. So
Tritos from our beer.
Yep, I'm tracking. So with that, if I was like back in my prime when I like did a lot more cardio because I had to, it probably would not have been as bad. I probably could have stayed in there a little longer before, again, the cold really like started to affect like any sort of, if at all, my breathing. But they're nuts. Yeah, no, they sound it. Like I said, I question my sanity.
A weekly, god damn.
I mean, I question my sanity.
If I was conditioned for it,
basis.
I'd gladly do that. I'd have no issues with that. I love the cold. That's what I said.
That's
like
yes,
all me.
Because I know my favorite.
Nobody. You know what? I really like freezing to death but staying alive.
I know, right? I'll say this. So my buddy in high school, his father was like off the boat Russian, and so he lived up in Boston, and so there's a Russian, kind of like a Russian like gym spa thing up there, and so to get in there you have to be off the boat Russian, or at least know whoever is your sponsor has to be off the boat Russian. That's kind of how it is. Everything's written in Russian. They only speak Russian. Yada yada yada. So he took me and my another buddy of ours and up there, and we're like, cool, hey, we're gonna do this, Russian bathhouse. I'm like, okay, cool, this sounds like funny. I've never done this before. And on the surface, like if I explain it to you, you're gonna be like, yeah, I have a lot of questions. I'm like, yeah, but it's actually like amazing. So basically, what they do, right, is they you basically, again, just like you were going to go to a sauna, like a normal sauna, a sauna. Is again, you're just wearing like like your skivvies or a bathing suit or something like that, or a towel, whatever, mainly like whatever, and then you go into the sauna, which they keep extra hot. We're talking about like 120 plus, because they're Russian and insane because they like that. And then part of it is they use this massive. It's not a bay leaf. I want to say bay leaf, but they use like this massive like palm leaf that's been like treated. So and basically what they do is you just lay there, like I said, they'll like scratch my back, I'll scratch yours type of thing. Is like you take turns, like you'll lay down, in the sauna, so it's 180 degrees because now all your pores are opened up, and they'll basically just smack you with this leaf, right? This like, and they'll just like beat you with this leaf. Now the point is that, Oh, right, that'd be amazing. Is no one ice baths would not be. and they basically smack you with the sleeve. And again, like I said, it's like a giant eucalyptus sleeve or something. Like it's got like eucalyptus leaves wrapped in it and all that. And basically the oils from the sleeve from being in the sauna and everything like that basically get into your pores and skin and things like that. And it's basically like again like tea tree and what have you. And then like I said, and you only stay in there for like 5 minutes at most, and then you immediately get out and you rinse off in their like 60-degree pool. You go straight from like 120 to 60 degrees. And like I said, again, all the oils from these leaves and what have you are now kind of like rinsing off into this water. And again, everybody's going in and out of there. So all these oils are being rinsed in this water. So this water is basically 60 degrees of like just these like nice, healing oils. And they sit in the water.
Yeah, they do massages with Platza treatments too. Yep. But they use I think they're oak leaves. Is the ones they use in the massages I've seen.
And like I said, and you do a rotation like that. You do it like 5 or 6 times, and then like I said, and then you just kind of, and then at the last one, you just kind of sit in the water and relax.
So I am dying to do a.
It actually feels really good.
There's a water therapy. There's a place around here called the Bodhi Spa, and I think we've talked about it before. And it's a water journey.
Yeah, we talked about that.
My time Monday. Woo!
I've actually still got some upstairs.
Do you?
A little bit. I could probably make another one.
But it's called a water journey, and I'm dying to do it, and I can't find anybody to do it with me. I also have to find $85 to do it. But it's a 2.5-hour treatment. And what you do is, where's my, so, you do the, hold on, where's my journey here. First you go into the, mineral pool. Then you go into the steam room. Then you rinse off. Then you do a 55-degree cold plunge. Then you do the infrared or traditional sauna. Then you do another rinsing shower. You do another cold plunge. You do the restore, which is a 104-degree mineral pool. Back to the cold plunge, and then you relax, replenish, you drink some water, you hydrate, all of that stuff. You have friends that I want to do it so bad, and because there's one in Newport, but they also have one in Providence, and I want to do it. I want to do it. I've heard it's fantastic. Some of my sorority sister alums, they do it, and when their sisters come in from town, they'll like do it as a little girls' day out, and it looks amazing. Recommends a similar start to your day there. Whew. Turn the hot water off in your shower in the near future.
Yes, thank you.
Honestly,
thank you,
Blonde.
George.
Honestly, Blonde. I would catch him trying to touch my water before he does it because he ends up stopping and staring for like 5 minutes if he sees me in the shower. So
Who?
He'd be his own worst enemy there. Coming up for the night, I'll do that. It sounds fun. It is. Like, it's really cool. But like I said, there's a lot of health benefits to it, and it's like I said, it's whispering. You're supposed to be quiet. It's supposed to be relaxing, and it's just I want to do it. I want to do it, but apparently they book out like 6 months in advance. It's crazy. How was the anniversary dinner last night? So
funny you should ask.
We were gonna go to the melting pot. And by the time we actually got to leave the house, the next available reservation was for 7 p.m. Because my friend came over to watch the little one. It was an hour away, so I'm like, I don't want to have a reservation at 7, take an hour to eat by 8, then get home around like 9 because she works first shift. So I'm like, I don't want her to have to deal with like getting her butt out of bed after I just made her stay late, right? So because she was there at the time she was supposed to be. So we were like, okay. We were gonna go. I forgot where else. We were gonna go somewhere else. But then I was like, you know what?
We contemplated Dead Horse.
I went to
or Los Andes.
Yeah, we consider Dead Horse Hill, which is a really great steak place. And then there's, Los Andes, which is the Peruvian restaurant by us. But then I was like, I kind of wanted to do something a little different maybe. So there was a place I had went to years ago when I first got to college. So almost 10 years ago now, 11 years ago. And Sakura it's a Chinese restaurant, or excuse me, a Japanese restaurant in Providence. And one of the fun things about them, they are BYOB, so you can bring, your own booze in. They charge you like $2 a person for a corking fee. And then they have, like their regular restaurant side, but they also have their tatami room. Oh my God, George, I think that's probably my favorite sushi, hands down. I did the samurai roll, which was so good. But they have a tatami room. So if you guys aren't familiar with that, they're basically the little short tables where you sit on mats on the floor. Well, as Nine had mentioned earlier, we are very out of shape. So sitting on the floor was not our friend, but it was an experience. So we had grabbed a bottle of sake before we went there, brought it with us, and we had amazing food. Ooh, go get tea. Go get your tea. Absolutely. Melting Pot, happy hours, food is cheap. I love Melting Pot. They're my favorite. We used to have one in Providence. That closed down. So then we had to go to Framingham, Massachusetts, which I was like, I don't like Framingham. It's like 45 minutes away, but it was worth it. The next closest one now, because they closed Framingham, is in Bedford, which is like above Boston. It's almost on the New Hampshire border side. And it's like an hour and 10 minutes away from us. So we don't go up. We haven't been up to that one since Framingham closed. It closed during COVID, I think. And then it's just not an easy drive, especially now that we have a kid, but
it's not. All right, Starweaver, have a wonderful evening. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Due to a misunderstanding, I asked them if I was all right, if I took a picture too, and they said, sure, go ahead. Oh, God damn it, Ogre. Have a good night, Starweaver. So we ended up doing that. We did some tempura. We did chicken teriyaki. What did you? I forgot what roll you got.
The fire dragon.
He got the fire dragon roll. There was a lot in that. I don't even remember what was in that. Do you remember what was in that?
Yeah, no, it was. There was the eel on the inside, along with some of the veggies, the avocado and cucumber, and then it was alternating smoked salmon and smoked tuna.
Oh, it was avocado, shrimp tempura, cream cheese, crab. No, that was it?
The fire dragon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's somebody else's. Hold on.
Oh.
I was gonna pull up the menu, but it's like not. It's like not pulling it up for me.
George? I love eel so much. Eel is so good.
Well, I'm now ordering food.
Eel is so
probably
delicious.
case. Probably. 2 beef armor, 1 dozen bees. Okay. No, the samurai roll I had was shrimp tempura, avocado, and lobster.
Lobster. Yeah, because you got the samurai.
Yeah, that was the samurai roll. It was so good.
Smokes it. I mean, I wouldn't. I'm not a huge fan of smoking my fish. I prefer to just eat it.
Hi, Southern
I feel like it's
Dome.
just too burnt if you smoke it.
Hush. I haven't, Bran. I don't know. Is anybody having some issues with Twitch causing loading issues? Bran said they've had to refresh a few times. Is anybody else having that? I know sometimes Twitch is a little wonky, but I haven't, knockwood, had any issues. Not on Yuki's end, not on Millennial's end. Might be on your end, Bran. Blame the 5G towers. If you didn't get your COVID shot, you don't have, like 11G now, so that may be the issue. You had to get your COVID shot in order to get Twitch signal.
I know, Millennial. I was joking. You know, smoking the fish versus eating the fish. Just being a little sassy.
Right? That's what I think of George. As I said, for me, that's you know, like lox. Like that's I'm going to the deli and getting that on a bagel. A bagel.
Bogley.
Yeah. You're not wrong. Wait, Yuki not having issues with Twitch. Quick, someone take note of this and date. That explains why Twitch hates me so much. Oh, goodness. Well, it's Monday, guys. It's Monday. And I apologize. So we actually never got through the patch notes last week. When my kid had his little allergic meltdown. So I wanted to actually finish talking patch notes. We had kind of just got through most of the combat stuff. And then there were the patch notes released today. Unless you guys like are really averse to patch notes and don't want to talk about it. He's doing all right now, Millennial. He's doing all right now. We don't know what it was, but I don't know. I think it was just a little freak thing, maybe, and he's doing all right now. So we're gonna hope he stays that way. Be good. Hold on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some more water.
Grab all that water. There's one Arcanist blowing through. I don't even know. Oh, it's the tank. The tank is I guess like I get like having a new character, right? Like I'm tracking that. But like right blood? But like still want to be a little respectful of like not everyone is playing with, you know, brand new characters. I feel like so let's maybe just slow down a tick. As I said, I'm gonna get the only reason I'm attacking as much as I am is because I need to level up skills. I know, right? That's what I'm saying. Like they can sit here and so I don't even want to say they probably are. They absolutely are a fake tank, but they're only like level 18, which is why they have 31k health. Is because again, at level 18 you can put on anything, but they've got all DPS skills on. And which again, if they plan on making it a tank, absolutely, you know, I do it with all my characters. You either make a healer or a DPS, almost regardless of what role you're gonna do, just so you can
level things up.
Yeah, level things up and not like, especially when you have to do like some solo stuff, so you're not absolutely sucking wind. But at the same time, like, yeah, they're the lowest level at 18, but the other two, other than me, are 49 and 44. So I get your level 18, but don't just sprint through. I get it. And they're skipping because if someone needs to do the quest, like they're just literally skipping to the end.
The quest doesn't require it. It's just
no.
If you're trying to get the XP and want to kill everything in the dungeon, then that's kind of poopy.
I said they're literally skipping everything. They're just sprinting through. I get it's fungal 1. But like, and they're an Arcanist. Can we just nerf Arcanist now? So I'm just gonna play on my resto then for a while.
Stop it.
If this is how it's gonna be, if people are gonna be like this, just nerf them.
Cut that out. Cut that out, sir. All right, let me get those PTS passions.
Let them do all.
Tank at years old is only good enough for healing tanking. I had to farm sky shards. Yeah. Well, that's the thing is usually you're gonna have to farm sky shards in addition to your dungeons. You're not gonna get enough skill points doing all the dungeons to get everything you need. Dude, Blexi's just saying stuff to say stuff. You know that.
What? No. I'm not saying it hasn't been a skip dungeon. Like I said, what I'm saying is that, let's say hypothetically, let's say, how many times have you power leveled a character, and all of a sudden, thank God I didn't have the quest because everyone popped smoke if I didn't get a chance to turn it in. Like, how many times have you been leveling a character?
9, stop whining.
Fine.
No whining. All right. Where did you guys leave off? Because I think you guys were moving on to Sorks when I had to.
Yeah, we got to the second skill of Sorks.
All right. So we could just start over on the Sorks. So again, for anybody that hasn't made it through the last week's patch notes, Bran said they'll run down his video.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just trying to level up some Undaunted with this tune real quick, mainly because.
Maybe. Be courteous, your fellow. Yeah. Oh, of course, Josh. Of course. That's really what it comes down to. Is, check and see what people need before you just start sprinting.
Right.
We've done that before. We're like, hey, does anybody need anything in this dungeon, or are you guys good if we just power to the end? We've done that with randos, and people will be like, oh no, we're totally cool with that.
Yeah.
But some people will be like, oh no, I have the quest. Cool, okay, we'll go at your pace then. We'll follow you, kind of thing. And
not gonna kill us.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
So
calm down.
I'm leveling up this character right now. Yes, it's another Templar, but that's okay with me because it's my tune, not yours. I don't care. More importantly, this one is unfortunately for the False Queen because White Strikes is right around the corner, and I need a character that I can take into PvP and feel comfortable on. For our friends who are AD mains, who play AD because they actually want to play on AD.
Old Navy guy, if you want to swap screens, I am only looking at patch. Good night, Kita. I only have patches. I have not even logged.
Oh wait, Kita, pause. Kita, stay.
What?
Kita, stay for 30 seconds.
What? Oh, doggo treats. Doggo treats. That's what he's doing. He owes you doggo treats, Kita. 10 seconds so you can see the doggo. Well, the hydrate. So, Old Navy guy, that is totally up to you. If you want to switch and watch me read patch notes, we can. We can wait. Okay.
How are things?
Poor puppy's starving. I know, right? Rude. Glory for the pact.
Right.
Depth to the Dominion. I know. If we didn't have to have at least one of every character just to make
Blood
sure anybody
God.
in the guild needs help in PvP stuff, we wouldn't. It's honestly, it mostly is Imperial City, but
yeah.
I'll do you tailing it. Thanks, Gita. You have a good night. Is it no make dinner? Be able to hear the streams. Yeah, no worries. No stress, Matthias. Go eat. You worry about eating. Blue through and through. So I was recording a script because we're going to be putting out a guide for White Strikes Mayhem. Basically, how to survive the event as a PvEer. So kind of tips for my friends who really don't like PvP. That's kind of what we're going for with this guide. And there was a part where I was talking about the 3 different factions and what sewers are the best ones for you guys in Imperial City. And I almost said, and if you're wrong and are AD, but I was nice. I didn't make any clips. I thought about it. I absolutely thought about it. All right, my friends. So, let's see. Sorcerers. I'm on Xbox on this Friday, but the following 2. Yes, so tonight is, for my Xbox friends, tonight is Guild Help Night. Anybody that needs a little help on Xbox NA, if you need to run some dungeons, you want some help with like leads, if you need to do some world bosses, whatever it may be, you can let our fantastic friends on Xbox know what you're looking to do, and they're happy to help. Maybe you just want to do some pledges. Maybe you want to do a little bit of random normals, things like that. So that's going to be happening at, I think, 9. And then, yes, JC is going to be holding on Xbox NA, not this Friday, but the next 2 Fridays. Yes, JC is going to help get your PvE butt preloaded. If you want to preload Imperial City quests on Xbox prior to the event, so you don't have to go in during the height of population. Yeah, Millennial. Bran, this is a great opportunity. We're going to do it on PC as well. PC, we do all 3 factions. On Xbox, they're going to be doing EP. But it's going to be an opportunity to go in before the event starts, go in as a group, get the quests done, preload them, get them all done, so that each day you can just log in, turn in the quest, and leave. You don't have to actually, do stuff if you don't want to in there. So... One saver. Oh, Shaz. I know. One of my characters still has them on them, and I gotta start opening them.
That's like half your inventory. Literally half your inventory. Hello, Demon Cat. How are you? I'm only 20 minutes late.
Hopefully, it wasn't my kid.
Yes,
Millennial. Yeah. I apologize. I have to get PlayStation Plus. I have to buy PlayStation Plus for PlayStation so we can get on. They're spread over 4 characters. Most has 60. Oh my god.
Yeah, no,
there's plenty of room, Millennial. Plenty of room.
Yeah,
no,
reminding us is always
thank you for the reminder. I'll buy that tonight while we're on stream. All right, so Sorcerer, Dark Magic, Encase. This ability's morphs will now apply Major Maim to enemies for 10 seconds. In addition to attempting to immobilize them for 4, rather than only immobilizing enemies for 4 and refunding mag if failed. They also reduce the base cost from $43.20 down to $40.50. Note the Major Maim does not require the target to be immobilized to apply. So you'll automatically get the Major Maim applied. It'll just happen. And then the attempt for immobilization. So Restraining Prison, which is one of the morphs, they are going to rename this morph to Vibrant Shroud. This ability now heals allies in the area with the same healing potency of Blessing of Protection rather than attempting to immobilize the enemies. This morph will also continue to apply Major Maim for 10 seconds and apply Minor Vitality to allies who were healed by the ability for 10 seconds. They also made this one a little more expensive, from $40.50 to $48.60. It makes Sork tanking, right? So a lot of what they are doing here is making Sork tanking stronger. They're definitely adding to it.
I will send you to Jesus.
It's giving Sork tanks more, 100%.
They are just making Sorks better again.
Stop that. You hush. So the Shattering Prison morph, which is the other one, they're going to be renaming this to Shattering Spines to avoid confusion with the Rune Prison naming convention. This morph's damage now happens after its own distinct effect timer ends, not completes, rather than when the Immobilize ends. This will allow the damage to apply to targets that were immune to the Immobilize effect, and will also allow the ability to deal damage every time when cast. So developer comments. We've gone back and made Encase a vastly more usable tool with less restrictions of where it can be used, similar to Aspect of Terror's adjustments from the previous update. In addition to this, we've corrected many of the shortcomings of the morphs by ensuring Shattering can be used more as a damage ability for AoE situations, while focusing on enabling more support behavior for sorcerers with the new Vibrant Shroud rework. So again, more support behaviors. Better tanking. They actually made the Sork healer so OP is ridiculous.
I know. It's terrible.
Hey, Blue Drops. How you doing?
It's like basically like
Excuse me. 9 doesn't get to make comments. Not until we move on. But we got a lot more for Sork here. So Daedric Summoning Conjured Ward. This ability and the Hardened Ward morph will now heal you for 15% of your max health or mag, whatever's higher, if no pets were shielded by the abilities. Regenerative Ward, this morph now heals you for 10% of your max health or mag, regardless of if a pet was affected by this shield or not. So in an effort to aid Lone Wolf Sorks, we're adding a conditional bonus on this ability that makes up for the power loss it receives when you don't have pets with you, while also trying to make up for some loss in not running their primary burst heal with the Summoned Twilight. We're also improving Regenerative Ward's bonuses in hopes to get more engagement by making the heal a guarantee, but with a reduction in healing so it doesn't overshadow Hardened Ward. So what they're trying to do here is make Sorks not have to have pets to be so OP.
no one uses their pets really. They literally
But
just
they
take up
do.
space.
They're
Take up space
always
on
there.
the bar. They take up space on their bar. It's not like you have to do anything. They just exist. It's like me carrying a staff. I don't have to do anything. I have to do more
Well, that's why I
work
said
with
the
my
pets-
weapons
the
than
pets being
Sorks have to
there,
do
the
with
pets
any of
being
their
there.
skills. Okay, whatever. Their heal is stronger than any Templars. Their DPS is stronger than
let's
any.
be honest, everybody uses a pet Sork because if pet Sorks are by far stronger than non-pet Sorks. We all know this. We know this. You can't even argue with that.
I know
that is
they
absolutely
are.
the case. Exactly. So that is absolutely
Yeah,
the case.
they're stronger, literally in
I will
toe to
have you
toe.
know people use them plenty when doing writs. Yeah, they do.
What
Don't
I'm
get him started,
saying,
millennial. Don't get him started. It's making non-pet Sorks more viable. Is there a redeem to mute 9? Not everybody uses a pet Sork. Pets matter. True, not everybody uses a pet Sork, but pet Sorks definitely outweigh non-pet Sorks. Very true. So that is going to be definitely a thing. At least you don't eat it like the new Necro. You just get a backpack. You get a Skelly backpack.
I know.
Daedric Mines, Daedric Minefield. So they're renaming this to Daedric Refuge. The mines, the ability places, are now wards that activate when you or an ally walk over them, granting them a damage shield for 6 seconds, rather than activating to deal damage and immobilizing when an enemy walks over them. Marlos, welcome in, Raiders. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. How was your stream, Marlos? Oh, it's absolutely feasible, Old Navy guy. 100%
See?
feasible.
So why
It's
do we need
just
to buff them?
Much more common because of the buffs you do get out of the pets.
Clearly,
How was your stream, Marlos?
we
What'd
don't
you
need
guys
to buff
get
them.
up to
If
in
people
ESO?
are doing just fine without
Hello,
them.
TT Mighty. Started moving away from a pet Sork for the Lone Wolf Sork. That's why I said if it's built right, it's just again, the use of like pet Sorks, it's low hanging fruit. They're very easy to build.
Stanblade,
and be
very
OP
nice, very
with.
nice. Hello, Sigmoid.
Stanblade, nice. Do you do PvP or do you do PvE content? Hey, Kick Joe, how you doing? Yeah, smells here, Matthias. Go eat. Go cook and go eat. Oh, interesting, Millennial. Yeah, as we said, on paper, pet Sorks definitely are very easy to build to be solid. The only skill that matters is streak. So also on Daedric Minefield, allies cannot be affected by one of the wards more than once every 2 seconds to prevent situations where a singular ally could take multiple shields immediately, so they can't shield stack. The shield uses the higher of your max mag or stam and is capped at 43% of the target's max health. So we're adjusting this morph to be a completely new, unique functionality to help sorcerers function more in the support role and gain access to more non-pet related defensive tools. We targeted this morph to rework as the engagement between the original morph's heavily favored Daedric Tomb, and this morph naturally allows for a higher target count where support abilities shine most in. Again, they're giving Sorks a lot of a big boost to their support abilities here, which is great.
All I'm hearing is that
Do a little bit of everything. Nice.
a Sork only server is incoming because
Stop that. I low streak. That skill's annoyingly overused.
Sorks are the ESO equivalent of the Skyrim bow snipes. No lie. Sork is the ESO equivalent of bow snipes. Hey, I'm gonna try a different class. I'm gonna try doing not this. Pet Sork. You know what? I really want to try a Necro. Pet Sork. Oh, it'd be really fun. Pet Sork. And that's what's gonna happen. That's what it is. Basically what it is. That's what's happening.
Oh, hush.
Never.
And then let's see what else we got here. Expert Summoner, they're also touching. This passive now increases your max health by 5 and 10% while you have a summoned pet of any kind up from 4 and 8 when you have a Daedric summoning ability active. So they're increasing your max health percentage. This passive now also increases your max mag and stam by 5 and 10% when you do not have a summoned pet. So if you basically they're saying is if you have a pet summoned, you're going to increase your max health. If you do not have your pet summoned, you're going to get mag and
Joe
stam
gets it.
increase.
Joe gets it.
Engine Guardian. Oh boy.
So here's the thing, right? Here's the thing: is I don't want like a Templar only server because Templars are on par with like Nightblades and sometimes DKs depending on
Soulshine and Deadly.
But
so we're splitting this passive out to be
Deadly.
more adaptive to the different build types we see sorcerer players engage with. Much feedback over the years has noted that playing the class without pets can often feel very limiting and less powerful overall. So we're attempting to add small bonuses for those lone wolf sorcerers out there. Again, they're really focusing on making sorcerer, just as even if you're that lone wolf. And then finally, Stormcalling Lightning Splash. They increased the radius size of this ability and its force by an additional 2 meters, as they were significantly smaller than other class-based AoE dot abilities, with no real power justification for doing so. So they just make it on par with everything else. So those are your sorcerers. So again, they're making support sorks beefier and giving them more and making them more viable. And then they're going to be giving those lone wolf non-pet sorks a lot more here as well. Those are kind of the direction they're going with sorks. I will say, I'm not going to spoil too much, but what I will say is if you are interested in sork builds,
come talk to me.
No. All I'm going to say is go follow the Game Room.
Hello, Gwen.
Go follow the Game Room on YouTube. Hold on, let me pull up his YouTube. Because he is going to be he's going to be doing a world premiere that probably wouldn't have ended well. Yes, we're doing a little more patch notes. We got cut short because my kid had a allergic reaction when we were doing them last week. So I'm going to give you guys Duma's YouTube here.
I just want to point out, for those of you who think Sorks need to be overtuned, our healer is a Sork right now, and they're basically one-shotting a lot of these mobs. They're basically soloing this entire dungeon for us. And look, they just went from like
allergic to patch notes.
5,000 health all the way up to full health again. Weird.
All right, I'm going to put this in
here.
here.
A potion.
Guys, go sub to Duma. If you are on a Sork, or if you are interested in a Sork, he is going to be putting out a build tomorrow. He's going to be doing a debut. Oh, actually, hold on. He's got the premiere link.
Our healer, our 1314 healer, Sork healer, has 30,000 health.
So here's actually the official, because he has it scheduled for a premiere. You guys can go there. It is a 1-bar Sork build. Duma was actually messaging us about it. It is he said it's literally the most fun he has ever had on a Sork. He's like, it feels to him like a Sork. So you guys can go to that link and it'll allow you to subscribe to the channel and also kind of get the notification that the build is coming. So it looks like 11 a.m. Eastern, so 14 hours. It'll premiere tomorrow on YouTube. You can hit the notify me button and wait for that when it's gonna go live. So he literally said it is the most fun he has ever had on the class with this build. So if you're interested, please go check that out. It will also be up on the website after it premieres tomorrow. Duma's got that waiting ready to go. So it'll also be on the website, thegameroom.tv. You guys know all about that. Thank you for the shout out too, Val. I appreciate it. Where do we send angry mail? ninetailfoxttv@gmail.com.
Yeah.
So yes, definitely check that out. Go subscribe to Duma. He's amazing. He's one of our favorite people. So there's that. Get back to my natch boats.
Oh yeah, Sork Healer shouldn't be running pets because their pets don't do anything for the Sork Healer. They don't do anything for the group. It's a very selfish heal. But yeah, so Old Navy, what you were saying before is like, yeah, my Templar
have a delicious dinner.
Used to run Deadly because it was phenomenal with like Radiant Oppression. It really just like amped it up a lot. Now there's just better options out there for that.
They remember themselves.
Basically.
Templar did not get any adjustments, but we do have the final adjustments for Warden here. Not a ton. So Winter's Embrace, Glacial Presence, they reduced the potency of this passive by about 50% as the chilled status effect received a huge increase. We know this is the status effect, like, you know, mother load here coming with this. So it'll balance out for the most part. There will be about 6% damage increase between both of those changes. So you guys are going to end up winning overall. Between the status effect increase and the passive decrease here. Sleet Storm, Northern Storm, they increase the damage done by this morph by about 50%. Activating the ultimate now grants 50 weapon and spell damage for 5 seconds each tick, up to a max of 9 times. So you can get 450 weapon and spell damage. Rather than increasing your weapon and spell damage by 300 for 30 seconds. Note that the duration refreshes each stack, like all stacked-based effects do. So the comment here is, we're shifting the focus and strength of this ultimate into something that feels more appropriate for the Masters over Bitter Cold. Its previous iteration was relatively passive and underwhelming. Now, the ultimate offers more impact in the moment of its activation with a power ramping effect to help add extra satisfaction and damage to your burst moments. So, you guys are going to get a buff to that. And then Permafrost, which is going to be your other morph, they reduce the damage done by about 32% to make up for the adjustments to Chilled and Glacial Presence. So overall, it will result in an ever so slight damage increase, about less than 1%. So again, you're going to net out evenly, so don't stress if you have that morph. But if you have Northern Storm, it is going to do a buttload more damage. So those are the classes. That's what classes are getting. They are making one guild adjustment to in the Undaunted skill line to Inner Fire. So they reduced the cost of this ability and the Inner Rage morph from 2,700 down to 1,620, which is nice. They reduced the damage of this ability and the Inner Rage morph by 10% and adjusted the damage type to flame damage instead of mag damage. They fixed an issue where activating these abilities would not cause you to face your target, which also fixed an issue where these abilities could frequently cancel light attack inputs. The radiate synergy from these abilities are now guaranteed rather than having a 50% chance to apply. And this synergy no longer has the minimum range of 12 meters to activate. So all positive in my opinion. Inner Beast morph. They increase the damage of this morph by 80%, making it equal to other ranged spammables. This morph now applies minor vulnerability and minor maim to the target, rather than a unique damage taken from the caster debuff. And then Inner Rage, which is what I use as a tank. This morph now allows up to 3 allies to activate the Radiate synergy rather than causing it to be guaranteed, since it is
Hello,
now
Kimber.
always guaranteed. Hi, Kimber. So we're cleaning up this ability in its morphs to better fit into their roles and usability by removing some of their older gameplay behaviors with random chances. While we're not opposed to random chance, we believe that a role that focuses on bringing stability should offer benefits that are inducive to that nature. In addition to this, we're cleaning up some behavior that we've seen with Inner Beast, where sometimes damage dealers are taking the morph to increase their overall DPS and causing some conflict in group content with actual tanks. Inner Beast is intended for tanks that don't want to sacrifice too much damage so they can play more like a bruiser. So we're shifting the damage bonus to the ability itself. This will allow those builds to treat this as their spammable and their taunt, rather than creating a weird situation where the ability can also be used to buff your overall damage. So if that's what you're using Inner Beast for, don't. It's going away. And hopefully it'll cause less issues with your poor tanks. So that's what they're doing for skills. Again, nothing to the weapon skill lines. It's it's basically the status. There's gonna be quite a few class updates, and then the one inner fire change. Some item sets. So they fixed an issue where many sets that created AoE effects did not obey line of sight. Azure Blight Reaper, Deadlands Assassin, Defending Warrior, Destructive Mage, Explosive Rebuke, Grothadar, Ice Furnace, Marsalok, Phoenix, Unfathomable Darkness, Venomous Smite, and Vicious Death. So if you were taking advantage of the AoE not obeying line of sight, well, it's been fixed. Or it will be fixed in the next rollout. Item traits. Charged is being brought down a bit. So they reduced this trait's increase of applying status effects to 235 down from 365% to make up for the large increase in performance of most status effects. So they're just balancing out that trait. Ability altering weapons. Stinging Slashes. This set's damage done bonus now scales off 20.925% of the higher of your weapon or spell damage, rather than offering a flat bonus based on the item level, up to 1635. This will result in a damage loss for most builds that are currently engaging with this set. So the comment on this one, we're adjusting this set to no longer grant a flat damage increase for anyone using it to one that is meant to shine for damage-oriented builds. This should significantly lower the pressure and kill potential the set is enabling for tankier builds in PvP, while retaining its potency for those who focus on damage over survivability. Yeah, old Navy guy. We haven't gotten to that one yet. It's coming up in a couple paragraphs for me here. But what I will say about this, and I know we've had the opportunity to talk to Rich about this one before, and he's been very open about the fact that AoE taunts in this game are not a thing.
Yeah.
Tormentor has been an overlooked issue for a long time. It's behaving like an AoE taunt. It was never supposed to, because AoE taunts are not a thing. They're not supposed to be a thing.
That's why Tormentor was the only set that did anything like it, because sets weren't supposed to.
Yeah, so that's why I said we've had the opportunity to actually have conversations on AoE taunts and stuff like that with Rich, and AoE taunts are not supposed to be a thing in this game. It's not a thing. So Tormentor has just been overlooked for quite a while. On the giant list of things that this game needed adjustments on, it was a lower thing on the list, right? So
Sergeant?
I know it's making people hurt a little bit, but if you actually look, again, it was basically a bug that everybody's kind of been exploiting for a while. Correct, Millennial. They are fixing a known bug. That's absolutely what it is. It was never meant to be this. Everybody got away with it for the longest time. People built builds around it, full well knowing it was an exploit. It's been very publicly said that AoE taunts aren't supposed to be a thing in this game. So I know some people are like, well, that's not true. It is. No offense.
When the creative director says it's not true, it's kind of tough to be like, yeah, it's a thing. No, literally the guy who makes everything and makes all the calls said it's not a thing. I don't know. I feel like that's like going to the writer of a book and being like, so this character's supposed to be like this. Oh no, they're not. Excuse me, I read it. I think I know. Like I wrote it. Like so. I'm like, I know exactly, millennial, right? Exactly. I know I'm wrong. That's okay. I could
know,
be wrong.
JC.
Like, yeah.
You're wrong, Nine, right? So that's why I said, I just want to be very clear. I know people like, oh, they're nerfing Tormentor. No, they are fixing an issue. They are fixing a bug. They are fixing a feature.
Hold on.
It has finally come up on the list where it is getting its time to behave the way it was supposed to. And people need to stop trying to say that they're nerfing it, because they're not. They're fixing it. Big difference. Which is funny, because I don't know if y'all caught the meme, for those of you that are on Twitter. Nine and I were talking, and it's, the guy, like, sweating because he's going to push one of two buttons.
Hold on, I got it. I'm going to pull it up.
Oh, Nine will pull it up. But this is basically the epitome of the community, because we had to make it. We had to make the meme. The epitome of the community is... Do I complain that ZOS isn't
fixing bugs?
Isn't fixing bugs? Do I complain that they're not fixing their game, or do I complain about they're fixing a bug and nerfing something I use? Like, I know, Duplex. I know. I know. And we're watching, it's so funny because we're in a lot of Discords and we just passively watch people, right? We watch people and their behavior elsewhere and the things they say and the things they argue. And the amount of people that just genuinely look stupid to those that actually know. But of course they look like heroes to people that don't actually know kind of the information like this. And it
They're
just
saying what we're all thinking.
Blows my mind. Hopefully they don't adjust. I know everything, runs its course eventually in terms of bugs. There are some that, of course, there are some things we enjoy over the years, right? Like the little features. But like I said, looks like they're finally doing something about. They are millennial, and like I said, the big shift. So the cadence for the last several years, prior to Necrom, excuse me. Necrom was the first year they kind of came out with a new content cadence. Before that, it was, 2 dungeon DLCs, it was a chapter with a feature, and then it was a story DLC at the end, and it was a lot of content. And so much content was coming out that they didn't have enough room to really get through that list of features, right? That needed a little love. And with Necrom, they decided to make a shift in that cadence and dedicating an entire, quarter and then some to quality of life adjustments and bug fixes. And they're really doubling down on that. And I think it worked so well for them last year, in my opinion. Again, we've been here since day one. We've watched them try different things over the years. And Necrom was such a great year for them. I was so happy. I was so happy to see them really double down on, we know we got stuff going wrong. If you can find me a game that doesn't have bugs, then we'll talk. Every game's got their issues, right? The fact that they're acknowledging, like, hey, yeah, we got some issues, like every other game out there. Nothing's ever perfect, but we want to make sure we fix them. And to double down and dedicate a quarter to quality of life improvements and bug fixes is a huge deal. I would rather that over an extra DLC content release. 100,000%.
Mainly because she hasn't caught up on the current DLC.
Stop it. I have to. We did. We did. So that is my thing there is I think this cadence is awesome. And again, it shows more initiative that like, hey, we do care about what exists. We're not just here to just pump out new stuff and just sell you more crap, right? Like that's not what they're doing. So just unintended features. Yes, I'll do. Yeah. Just unintended features. And that's the thing. So I love what they're doing, and it makes me happy. Millennial, that has been something I have brought up every single time I get the opportunity. When Gina makes the mistake of asking our opinions on, what kind of things we'd like to see, y'all know that is always the number one thing on my list is guild support. Huh? More guilds?
Right.
Search bar? She's gonna kill me if she hears it one more time, but that's okay. I'm okay with that. So, no, I've been dying for more guild support. My biggest thing is, again, an easier way to search for guilds. Definitely more guild slots. Just because there's so much to do in this game, a lot of guilds specialize in an area, and you kind of restrict people to being able to do certain content where guild is required. Like a lot of trial guilds require you to be part of a guild, right? And PvP guilds require you to be part of their guilds. Again, we tend to be more of a social guild, so we don't ever require people to be part of us. But there's a lot of people who are like, well, I lose out on the benefit of not being able to access your guild bank, because that's a perk for those of you guys that are part of our guild. And the giveaways I do in chat every so often, and like that kind of stuff, and people are like, well, I don't want to miss out on that, but these guilds over here make me be part of the guilds to make running content easier. So with as much as there is, people want trading guilds. Sometimes people want a couple different trading guilds. Then you have a trial guild. Then you have your PvP guilds. And, it makes it tough to be part of a little bit of everything. Right? So I need to drop 2 guilds. Yeah, Dath. And like I said, that's the bummer, right? And you don't want to, though. But you don't want to. And to have to make that choice, it feels icky, right? And it just doesn't sit right. Hi, Mom of the Manslayer. So I would love to see more guild slot opportunities, right? I would love to see the limit increase from 500. I think for some guilds that would simplify things. I'd also like to see more
than 12 event tickets.
Yes, ticket cap would be great. But now we're getting totally off topic here. But yes, guild support is a big thing. I would really like. They're both pretty inactive. I need a third trader. Yeah, and like I said, and that's what happens, right? Like we have our friend McFurb. She has a whole nother account just for her trading guilds. Because she needs more guild slots. She doesn't want to leave her other guilds, like, her trial guild and, her social guild and all that stuff. So she literally has an entire account where she joins just to be able to list her stuff and do what she needs to. And she holds up all her requirements, but she just puts all her trading stuff on one account. And to be able to get people to a place where they don't have to create a whole second account to be in the guilds they want to be in, that's a bummer, right? So I would love to see people not kind of, forced to create a second account or drop things. Thanks for the alert, Jeff. It's, it becomes a bummer. Especially in a game, an MMO, right? It's all about playing with other people, being part of the social community. Let's stop, putting a hard line in the sand on that. Again, there could be reasons that we don't know of. I've never heard of any kind of reasons behind that. Like, we know reasons behind housing slots and inventory slots and why they can't really do those things. I haven't really heard a lot as to kind of the why behind some of the common, requests for guild support, which, like I said, I would love to have that conversation, but I have 4 accounts on Xbox, all trade slots filled sometimes, gold funnel back to main. Exactly, JC. That's what he said, see? And Millennial is a second account. It's for just traders. Exactly. There you go. There's at least 3 people there that are doing that, and it's tedious and time consuming and a pain in the butt. Oh, Kiro. All right. We got class sets. So Soul Cleaver. They fixed an issue where the set did not update the tooltip cost of Soul Shred. So don't worry about that. Nothing crazy. Crafted sets. His Spark. Fix an issue where this set's effects could persist while not properly meeting its conditional requirements. And Morkelden, they fixed an issue where the summoned sword from this set could appear to surf on top of another summoned sword directly underneath it. The invisible being carrying this weapon will now only show one shiny golden sword. Oh, visuals. They fixed some visuals. 2 guilds on my main, or my 2 trade guilds that I run. Yeah, Millennial. And that's another thing, is it would be kind of cool to be the GM of more than one.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, we've had to create a Fox Den 2 as, like, kind of a backup as we've kind of approached that 500 mark. We're still cleaning out people that haven't logged in, like, 18 months and things like that. So there's still room for more active people, but at some point, there's potential that we're going to have that overflow. 9 can't be the GM for both. Now, in our situation, there's 2 of us, right? We're married. Makes it a little easier, right? I can be the GM on one, he can be the GM on the other. But if you're a person that doesn't have another person, now you are probably going to have to make a second account to be the GM of it. Or if you don't really want to do that, then are you going to trust somebody else to be the GM for you and not go rogue one day, you know? Oh, Gwen, yes, we just did Warden. Warden, you guys have Glacial Presence on Winter's Embrace is going to have reduced potency by 50%, but that's because the chilled status effect is getting the huge increase. So Glacial Presence will actually see about a 6% damage increase with both those changes. Hello, Pooh Bear. And then you got Northern Storm. They are increasing the damage by 50%. And then activating the ultimate grants 50 weapon and spell damage for 5 seconds each tick up to a maximum of 9 times. So you get 450 weapon and spell damage instead of just increasing it by 300 for 30 seconds. So again, the goal was to really make it more impactful as a skill. It was a little too passive for them. And then if you use Permafrost, they're going to reduce the damage, but the status effect changes. You're going to get a little less than 1% damage increase. So depending on what you do. And that's it for Warden. So overall, you're either going to stay the same or you're going to be off a little better. I can work with that. Oh, no worries. No worries. No stress. I have the Epic account, but I can't use it because it won't link up due to Zosma because something else when I linked it. Oh, no. Did you reach out to support, Demon Cat?
Yeah, because I know they were doing a huge push for Epic, so.
Yeah, I would reach out if you haven't. All right, so Dungeon and Arena sets. So Essence Thief, they're fixing an issue where multiple users of a set could sometimes remove each other's sigils. The Grizzly Gourmet, where you get those sweet, sweet rolls. They fixed the issue where multiple users of this set could sometimes consume each other's sweet rolls without gaining the effects. Do not steal other people's sweet rolls. Rune Carver's Blaze, they fixed an issue where this set's damage had a lower chance to apply a status effect than intended. So that should be a little bit of a bump if it isn't already. Tormentor. There are no game files for them to use and they require... but you should... So... You can count, but I can't use it because it won't link. Well, if it's a linking issue, then it should just be from an account standpoint. That's what it sounds like to me. Can't wait to try this. I love a good breakfast burrito. Steal my sweet roll, I'll give you an arrow to the knee. I typed Disney and my phone autocorrected to diabetes and I don't desire to say my comment anymore.
I mean,
right.
Now I want to know what the comment is. Honestly,
Tormentor. So let's talk Tormentor. We'll give you the word for word here.
All right. As a reminder, Tormentor was not ever supposed to be an AoE taunt. It was an oversight, and also known as an exploit.
Like I said, they should still be able to do something if it's just a linking thing. They shouldn't necessarily need game files. Or I'll have to try mine and see if there's something funky going on with mine too. Because I know I claimed it, but I didn't do anything with it. They require game files. That's odd. Winnie the Pooh themes are stuck in my head now. That came out as diabetes. Winnie the Pooh. And I'm done. Alright, so Tormentor. This set now only taunts the first enemy hit by the ability that activates the set, rather than taunting any and all enemies hit by the ability. Due to this change, the set can now trigger off blinks, such as Streak. Winnie the Pooh rocks. This set now also heals for 45% of all damage done from the ability that activates the set. This set has flown under the radar at allowing an AoE application of a taunt for quite some time, but like all things in life, it must come to an end. While this is a very old functionality of the item set, AoE damaging movement abilities were spread few and far between during its introduction to the game, so its AoE taunt capabilities went effectively unnoticed. Over time, however, we've added significantly more of these ability types, and the item set has enabled behavior that goes against one of our core philosophies for tanking, where tanking should be an individual action meant for one specific target in the moment of activation. Core philosophies. To prevent a complete loss to this set, it now works with blinks, and we added a new healing functionality to help ensure chain activating the ability still provides something fun and impactful. So, like I said, they are fixing what was supposed to have been done this whole time. It was never meant to be AoE taunts. Core philosophy for tanking. Individual action meant for one specific target. It's not a nerf. It's a feature adjustment.
Murdered the set? No, they added to it. What are you talking about? Again,
they added to it and corrected its behavior so it's supposed to do as intended.
Murdering the set would imply that its sole purpose was to AoE taunt. That was... I know, Pooh Bear, but the problem is, like, not everyone who's watching knows that or thinks that. Some fully believe that AoE taunts are a thing still.
But, Dawn, I mean, here's the thing, is if you IRL, right? If you IRL go into a fight, right? You're in an alley. There's this group of shady people, shady folks hanging out in this alley. And you are coming in with 3 other people, right? You're in the lead. You're the big guy in the lead, right? Okay, but Southern Dawn, you have a group and they have a group, right? If they all attack you, they're not attacking your friends, and now your friends can openly attack them without effectively having damage, right? Because they're all attacking you. It's not how taunting works in real life. If you, Dawn, go into a dungeon all by yourself, right? And you run into a trash mob, they're gonna all attack you, right? And you can do it. You can taunt people individually, Dawn. You can still taunt more than one thing. It's just you have to make the conscious effort to taunt each one.
We're just trying to make it so that I think they're just trying to make it so that tanks can like be a little bit more engaging. How many old of the older games, for those who've played like World of Warcraft, EverQuest, things like that, you know, there's some degree of like AoE taunt. And how boring is it for the tank when you literally just press that one AoE taunt button and then you just stand there? Like, you're not doing anything. You know, I feel like it's super boring, and what they're allowing this is for...
Well, the other part of that is...
more dynamic tanking.
Honestly, as someone who plays tank, all the little itty-bitty, teeny-tiny trash, my group can handle that. If you can't handle that, we need to talk about your build. We need to get you some armor or something. I'm going to take all the big guys, right? I'm going to take the big things that are going to hurt you. The little guys, you can be fine. When it comes to trash mobs, I'll take the 1 or 2 big guys. My DPS, you guys can handle. You guys can handle that. Like when we go into like Sunspire and there's the big group. You know, there's the people, you got 2 tanks. One takes the 2-leg, the big 2-legger cats. and one takes the four-leggers. There's a whole bunch of little guys in there too. The tank doesn't taunt any of those. I can barely taunt one thing effectively when I have to aim to target them. Tab targeting is a thing though, Dawn. And like I said, honestly, it comes down to practice, right? That's really what it is just getting the practice under your belt. It becomes easier. I promise. Trust me. I played a tank for 6 years, and for the first 6 years, I was an awful tank. Oh, I was so bad. I don't even know if I had a taunt on my bar, to be honest. That's why I played solo. But
solo, you tormented me. You had your own tormentor set. It was called
no, we couldn't.
Thunderbug.
We didn't have 2 computers.
Oh right.
So I just played by myself.
Pew at everything, absolutely.
And like I said, and that's what it comes down to, right? Is your play style. Tanking's not for everyone. Healing's not for everyone. DPS is not for everyone. I cannot DPS to save my effing life. It's okay for something to not be your cup of tea. Hi, Oki. How you doing? The toddlers came in to ask a question that her much older sister already said no to. She found out she's trying to go above her CO's head. It's not a good idea. My kid did that tonight.
We were yeah, he like blatantly like I told him that he had to stop like playing with his tablet and like eat some dinner and all that. And so he went to mom and
no,
was
he
about
wanted
to
the TV. It was after
he wanted the TV.
Dinner.
He wanted Blippi, yeah.
Yeah, 9 was just like, all right, well, we're gonna put technology away for a little bit. We're gonna relax. He was eating dessert. We're just gonna hang out. And so he's like, oh, well, can we watch a movie? 9's like, no, I said we're gonna keep the technology off. So he literally just turns around. Mommy, can we watch a movie? He's like, bro, you can't do that. That's not work. Ideals, but ending up being an obstacle on the floor is for everyone. It is ogre. Even the best players were prime floor lickers at one point in their career,
or still are.
Oh, and a big slack jaw with no teeth. All right. Unleashed Terror is the other one getting a change. They reduce the damage by about 7% to make up for the buffs to hemorrhaging. So overall, you'll get about a 2% damage increase on Unleashed Terror. Well, that's the thing, Ogre, is because of Tormentor, werewolf tanks are like not a thing anymore.
Done.
They're completely useless.
Because there's no... no, but Tormentor's definitely going to be a lot tougher to use.
Cheese. Southern Dawn, I feel like a whole block of cheese is appropriate. Like, if I'm going to have cheese, I'm going to have a whole block of cheese, too.
So
I can't say that's wrong.
So, additionally, like I said, our kid, may not ask for, like, super absurd and ridiculous. Especially on a Monday, yes.
On Mondays.
But I will say that our kid, like, adds, like, little like quips to the end of his statements towards us. Like we were heading off to bed. We're getting jammies on, things like that. And I asked him, it's like, oh, he wants soft jammies. He's got these soft jammies. I'm like, all right, do you want polar bears or do you want polar bears with penguins? He's like, no, the polar bears will be fine. Those will do.
Yeah, the polar bears will do. Oh, really? Well, that's the other day he told me. I asked him to make a decision. I don't know what it was. I'll just say juice or something. I'll be like, oh, do you want cranberry juice? Do you want apple juice? I'll have apple juice, I suppose. Like, bro. Like, and again, to be fair, he does get it from us. Like I said, this is stuff that comes out of our mouths. But, oh, please feel better, Ogre. Please take care of yourself. Please,
or don't. It's your life. Don't let the missus tell you what to do.
This kid's spicy. I bet he gets from his mama. He gets it from both of us. I'm going to say he gets it from both of us. He really does. Probably mostly from me, especially the cursing. But he does get some naughty words from 9 and some of the quips from 9. But MRE cheese for the win. That's what Lee's was. Lee's got the cheese in hers earlier. She was doing an MRE on cheese. I was definitely watching somebody else that raided into Lee's because I have Lee's open twice now. I don't know who I was watching. The same way that Stu says, whip. Just keeps going like that didn't happen. As a parent with 2 kids on the spectrum, the first time either of them actually used sarcasm correctly, I was both the shocking and proud moment. Oh. No, as I said, the little quips that come out of his mouth are just like something like, I guess I'll do XYZ. Like, I guess I'll pick the, whatever. Like, you choice. Guess?
Oh, I know, right? Pooh Bear or bacon? Yeah. That'd be money.
Say I found out my father is more an abusive ass than I thought. Sometimes it takes a while to realize it, Eli. It took 9 a very long time. And
a therapist.
Now therapist, yeah. So sometimes it comes with time. Sometimes the wiser you become as an individual, the more you see what other people do. A very real thing. Overland set Salvation. Fixed an issue where the set could fail to grant you its weapon spell damage if you equipped it while already transformed. And then trial sets. Seoria is getting a little something something. This set's perfected version will now grant weapon and spell damage rather than max mag. So it now offers all the weapon and spell damage.
They're trying to make it useful again. They're trying to make people want to use
Tase
it.
Them. My oldest, when he was about 4 or 5, had an issue with the laptop. It wasn't working. As a smart ass, I said, well, it's spoiled. We have to throw it away. He was halfway to the trash can before I got off the couch. Barely caught him. Yeah.
So my kid does this thing where he gets I'll straight up admit that I low key be like, okay, especially if my kid's throwing a temper tantrum over something, I'll legit say okay, I guess that's it. I guess it's done. We're throwing it out. We're getting rid of it now. If you he threw his tablet earlier, or he threw a toy or something earlier. I'm like,
oh, he threw his tablet at you this morning.
Yeah, he threw his tablet this morning. I'm like, okay, fine, I get it. You don't want your tablet. You don't like it anymore. I'll throw it out. We'll get rid of it. And he just breaks down. He just flops onto the floor. No. Is like, no, because it's like, bro, take a deep breath. Relax. It's not that bad. Just don't abuse your crap. That's all I'm asking.
Oh yeah, Gwen. Oh, that's what I said. And we've actually gone to the trash can with some stuff. And we have hucked it, especially when it's a new garbage bag. It's even better, so then I can take it out without much repercussion later. But we've literally bagged up his toys, and they'll sit in the basement for a month. Yep. If he starts throwing things, we'll whip out a trash bag. Ooh.
Oh, what did he do? He did his shoes. He did his shoes. He took them, and I was just done with it. I'm like, no, friend. And I'm like, okay, fine. You don't want these shoes? And he's like, you want to respond? I'm like, okay, fine. I'll get rid of them. If you don't want them, I'll throw them out. I'll get rid of them. And he lost his mind. And all I did was put them in the closet. But he didn't know that.
Or we'll say, well, we'll give them to a kid that doesn't have one.
Yep.
If you don't want it, we'll give it to somebody who is grateful to have one. Which that had less sting behind it. Because damn my kid for being compassionate and wanting to give stuff to others sometimes. So sometimes he'd be okay. I'm like, damn.
Honestly,
so we just resort to get in the garbage bag.
Honestly, Pooh Bear, none, if I can help it. I use vampires for PvP.
Yeah, Eli, that's straight up abuse. That's a big ol' effing problem. Who are we watching? Oh, I was watching IKR_Lees. They used to be on the WWP stream team with Yiki and Bell. We actually got to meet them a couple times. They are fantastic. Lees and her wife, Kaj Chaos, they're both fantastic. Lee's is prior service, Kaj is not. So they were both eating MREs tonight. Kind of like Nine and myself, where Nine's like, yeah, I'm just gonna eat this, and I'm over here gagging on the whatever freaking crap I had, damn dog food.
Yeah,
but
so
I didn't get to see Kaj eat the meal. I was just watching her eat the crackers and the peanut butter when I was over there.
Fix your camera.
What?
Your cameras. So Pooh, yeah, this is a vampire. This character is prepped for. I need to be in a vampire early to start leveling it so I could have it all set for PvP. Right now I'm just stage 2, which is useless. I guess. I mean, I get Dark Stalker, which does nothing for me, and I get Striker of the Shadows, which does nothing for me. But if I go to stage 3, Undeath is not a terrible one for PvE. But overall, there's no benefit for the Templar to be a vampire in PvE.
So Matthias, that's Lee's. They're just gaming now. They are not doing. They're playing Star Wars Jedi. But that's Lee's, and then Kaj Chaos. That's their wife. She does stream as well. But they're super chill. They are fantastic people. I absolutely adore both of them. So. Cool. All right. Companions, they just fixed a couple of issues. Several companion responses could be heard by players who are not yourself. Companions would not attack if they entered combat while at an outfit station. Priorities were in the right place. I don't know why we have to fix that, but you know. Let's see. I'm not going to go over all the individual quest fixes. If you guys want to check them out, you can. Because I'm also going to pull up today's patch notes. Again, these were from last week. This was kind of the first big thing. Some antiquity fixes. NPC tributes, some fixes. Nothing like it, more so just fixes. No changes for Tales of Tribute. Let's see.
No, that's fair. That's fair, Pooh. I generally don't have to power level. All right. I don't generally have to power level a vampire. I just have to. Like I said, vampire is usually not the main thing I'm worried about power leveling. So I just like, as I'm leveling everything else, vampire will level passively.
Fix the number of animation blending issues or floating props in NPC animations. Let's see. Some dungeons. So Infinite Archive Thoat now grants 10% more XP when slain by duo players. You can no longer buy too much of an item fragment beyond the amount you need in IA. Threads will no longer be removed erroneously if monsters evade you while you still engage with them. Knocking enemies from stages within the Infinite Archive will no longer result in stalled progress or thread loss. The Pursuit passive in the Werewolf skill line now correctly reapplies after your character returns from transformations. The Guardian Pestilence no longer reduces damage to itself the same way as other player pets, ensuring its special ability can be used more often. The Fire Orb can no longer be removed by enemies. And Lady Thorn no longer has a chance to remain untargetable after her scatter ability.
Awesome, Matthias.
Bunch of fixes.
Case, are you still floating around, Case? Like, I mean, I know you are, but I wasn't sure if you were lurking.
Last 3 weeks on the new tank build from level 0, and forgot that I didn't have to be a tank the entire time I was leveling. It was painful and slow, and I regret every moment of it. Yes, Juma, we were talking. We shared the premiere waiting room for your new Sork build for tomorrow.
Mrs., since you're in the patch notes actively, do you remember, can you scroll up real quick and remind me of the set that basically murders Oakensoul? It's supposed to be a ballbuster set, but it's gonna murder anyone who wears Oakensoul, because it basically gives you like 10 like one shot kill wonder, boys powers when anyone has like buffs and majors and minor debuffs.
Yeah, it was the funky one. Oh no, that was the sloth rug. No,
that's gonna be a dirty set. I can't wait for that one to come out.
Which one was it? Crit, additional fizz damage. Major Mame.
I use Oaken on my 1-bar Templar. Like I said, just because it's a lot of fun. I can hold my own pretty good with it, so I have a lot of fun with it. But
no, it was a rewards for the worthy one, wasn't it? Yes, it was the light armor, the Oak Father's Retribution.
Yeah, there it is.
Gain 449 offensive penetration against enemies for each major buff they have active. Gain 20 weapon and spell damage against enemies for each minor buff they have active.
Yeah,
That's
like ideally. Yeah, that one. Thank you. Yeah, so Duma, that's the set. Because again, not that it's going to be necessarily in everything. I don't expect many people to wear it. If they do, it'll be weapons jewels, I imagine. But it's definitely going to be something I need to keep at the back of my mind because I'm currently using Oaken Soul, and so I just need to find a better way. Even if, like I said, I don't even mind if it is, I'll still use a 1-bar build, but if I'm using like Mark and Ring or something like that.
All right. And then, yes, for anybody that is interested and wasn't here earlier, again, if you guys want to check out the world premiere waiting room for Duma's new 1-bar Slork build coming out tomorrow, you can check that over on YouTube. You can put the notification that lets you know that it's starting up, but that'll be tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern time-ish. Yeah, that should be, 13 hours. Yep. Yeah, 11 a.m. Eastern, that will go live. So, again, as Juma said, this is the most fun he has ever had with Slorks.
They do, Conductor. Bran, I saw you trying to snake my heavy sack. That literally the only reason I came over here was to get that heavy sack. Don't you dare pull a misses on me.
And this build is specifically built with all of these changes from the new patch in mind. So this is going to be future proof for quite a while here. This build is a very up-to-date build. Starting construction on a guild house. How that crap did y'all get so many RIP vouchers or tunable stations? So, Biker Angelo, you can purchase the attunable station. Or are you talking about the individual attunable stations, or are you talking about the big all-encompassing tables? Because the individual attunable stations you can buy with gold, and we had a lot of amazing guild members sending us tables and helping us out with gold, so that was a huge thing. If you're talking about the all-knowing tables where you load the little ones in, excuse me, those, because people weren't able to give us gold to put towards it, because you can only buy them with RIP vouchers, and you can't buy them with RIP vouchers and then give them to anybody. We had people sending us RITs and the materials to do the RITs, and we got a ton of RIT vouchers. 9 has a Master Crafter, which didn't have any issues getting to do all of these. It was just a matter of getting the RITs and the materials. So that's kind of how we did it both ways, but we admittedly did not do it on our own whatsoever. It was with the help of this incredible community that got us there. So,
yup.
So yeah, that's how we did that. It was a slog. It was a slog, to say the least.
It was. No, dude, absolutely. It wasn't like something I wanted you to do like right this second. It's just something I was looking at and I was just thinking of. So I figured I'd mention it to you. And see if try to pick your brain was more than anything.
Let's see what other fixes we got here.
Yeah, so
Witches Festival update.
So Biker, that's exactly like I said. Pestering is definitely part of it. Like I said, it's a gentle reminder that all the work you're doing is going to benefit them in the long run.
Yeah. It most certainly is, and most people see that value. Like I said, a lot of people do see that value and are always happy to help. So, some tooltips. Sky Shard hints are now properly shown as hidden on alt characters that haven't unlocked them. Fixed some issues with achievements. some lore books and stuff. They helped unbury from the ground. Excuse me. Furnishings. Added missing furnishing tags for some stuff. Adjusted the names of some stuff. Selection size. Excuse me. Yeah, that's what I said. We were talking about that too. It was actually funny because we picked up patch notes again because Little Fox decided to go and have an allergic reaction the one night. We had to end stream in the middle of Sork. So that's where we ended up picking up. As I'm like crying over here. So it was the perfect opportunity because you had just shared it with us. So like I said, I'm super excited for them to see this one. Like I said, we didn't spoil any of the fun part of it. We just quoted you on this being the most fun you have ever had on this class. So they have to wait till tomorrow to hear what it's all about. Let's see. Visual adjustments on a bunch of stuff. Corrected several furnishings that incorrectly referred to Akatosh instead of RK. Adjusted pivot points on some furnishings. And again, if you guys want all of these individual like specifics, please feel free to check out the patch notes. But incorrect icons. Did not display the full furnishing in previews. So like I said, a lot of like little things here and there. Made minor visual adjustments to Emissary's Enclave, Gladesong Arboretum, Seavel Spire, and Tower of Unutterable Truths.
Excuse me.
Quests and zones. Fixed. I always love the little quips. Fixed yet another batch of floating books, cats, people, monsters, trees, rocks, etc. Gravity is a fickle beast in Tamriel. Cheetah said that, not me. Bunch of quests. Castle of Worm, fixed issue area blocked by completing this event. Despawning. Proper graveyard setup. That's always important. Gamepad mode. Group Finder added 2 new play styles as options for Group Finder. Roleplay and story. Here's the issue to fix. Having to do the companion quest in every June 2017 is 162 starter quests I done. With what specifically? The companion quest on every June. Yeah, I know. That one, Tales of Tribute also is a little redundant. That has been voiced. That definitely has been voiced before. I don't know if we've ever gotten kind of an opinion on that back from them, but that definitely has been brought up. But yeah, they're now adding RP and story to the Group Finder, which is really cool. Because RP is a huge part of this game. Most people don't realize that. So that's going to be coming. Gamepad mode fixes. Guilds and guild functionality. Guild history events that you participated in will now be visible regardless of permission. This will allow you to keep track of something like your own past gold deposits to the guild bank, even without the permission to see other transactions. That's cool. I like that. Fix an issue where guild messages a day or descriptions could appear truncated if there were any censored text in it. Yeah, that caused me a few issues. Made further optimizations to guild history, resulting in the shifting of some events into new and different categories. Cool. That won't affect most people. So you're good there. Cool. I like that. I like being able to see your own deposits. I think that's a good one. I think it's a good fix. A good fix. That's a good addition. And then housing. Fix issue where the game would still think you're in housing editor mode after leaving furniture browser or path settings menu by opening another screen. Cool. So those are the big changes that was announced last Monday. Now, there was the patch notes that came out today. So for anybody kind of not familiar with the PTS cadences, every Monday, the update to the PTS comes out, they usually kind of tweak a few things. In terms of events, they usually add new things. So week after week, a different event comes up. So this week they're testing Jesters Festival. So if you guys want to check out Jesters Festival, I'm going to do my best to get a little preview video for it for anybody that wants to see like the outfit, style pages, things like that. So patch notes, let's see, for Jesters Festival, I'm not going to spoil too much here, but the experience bonus previously provided by eating the pie is now passive to align with all the other ones. Oh, Duman's got an answer for you. It doesn't look like an Oaken Soul killer to you at all? Like I said, I think it's going to be a ball buster more than anything. I think ball groups are what this is supposed to target. You know what? I prefer chocolate mousse lucid. Pudding is really not my thing. Chocolate mousse, on the other hand.
I prefer my mousse to be cooked. Thank you.
So 9, what Doom is saying is you should be fine.
All right. Just double checking.
I prefer tapioca.
Again, I just want to make sure, because again, like right now I run. So as we've said before multiple times, I'm going to say this because I'm having a conversation with Duma in the street. Which, given, just for the record, for anyone again who doesn't know, and I know because I like to make Duma feel all like warm and fuzzy and awkward at the same time. Is like,
get some water, I'll be back.
Back in the day, having someone like Duma come into the channel, let alone talk to me, was like, oh my god, look who's here, oh my god, it's a real streamer, oh my god, like they're a big deal, like people know them, like they do like real content, they're like talking to me, like this is amazing. So like there's that, right? So let's just get that out of the way first. But I know this guy. That's what I'm saying, Duma. Exactly. Is but that aside, so now I get to have like open conversations with Duma, and I get to like work with Duma on a bunch of like projects. And by work with him, I mean my name is somewhere near it when actually it's Duma and the Missus doing all the work. So right now, so basically, as we said before, builds are simply just a guideline, a starting point. For a design that you want to do, right? That's the intent of it. So that being the case of things, is I have my 1-bar Templar for PvP, and I really enjoy it. And the variant to it is that my 1-bar Templar does use Oaken Soul, which is why I was wanted to ask and kind of get an opinion on that. The other side of it is Duma's calls for Way of Fire and Draugr with the Oaken Soul in a one piece, and I end up using Black Rose. I mean, I would love it. I'd love to Thanos snap a lot of ball groups back to like Oblivion, but whatever. If I can, I can't. So. That being the case, like I said, if we look at where is she hide? Her. I said she's wearing the Black Rose set, which again is a heavy set from Imperial City Prison. Max health, stam, mag, and then you get the weapon spell damage increasing, and then you get to increase your mag and stam restored from the Constitution passive ability by 60%. For those who are curious where that comes from, you go to armor, you go to heavy armor. There is the Constitution passive, your health recovery by 4% for each piece of heavy armor, and then you restore mag and stam when you take damage for each piece of heavy armor equipped. I'm wearing 5 or more, so there's that. But that aside and then what do I have it paired with? I have it paired with Oaken Soul and War Maiden. Yeah, I'm paired it with War Maiden right now. So. Yeah, I'm just curious. I'm just really curious because, like I said, I'm probably not going to use. I'm really liking the way Black Rose works. It's really great for survivability for me. But maybe I swap out War Maiden for like Deadly or something like that. But for a Magplar, for a 1-bar Magplar, it's actually super fun. And like I said, I don't feel like I'm a piece of tissue paper that's just going to get rolled over. I also don't feel like I'm missing out and not able to do damage. Like I'm just like a mobile fortress, right?
I had War Maiden on one of his PvP builds. I could be wrong.
It probably does. But like I said, the 1-bar is running Way of Fire and Draugr.
Oh.
That's just the 1-bar. That's just the 1-bar.
Oh, yes. I'm like, I don't know where I got War Maiden from. Then I'm just making stuff up.
No. War Maiden's is a common one for Templars, right? Nope, that's the PvP boy. So you've got Way of Fire, Draugr with Oaken Soul, and he's throwing on Moloch Kenna for the weapon spell. And then that's the PvP healer. The 2-bar. Oh, he must have swapped out War Maiden.
If you guys want to check out these builds that Nine's looking at, you can check out the website.
Yep. We're using Magma Incarnate, 1 piece of Trainee, which a lot of people are using Trainee. At least 1 piece of Trainee for the extra stats. Which, fun fact, you can actually swap out Trainee for Druid's Braid. Fun fact. Mara's Bomb, which again is a very big set right now, but he's using 3 pieces, a 3-piece set of it. With the healer, Lightning Staff, with Draugr again, and 1 piece of Sea Serpent. That's the mythic Sea Serpent. So the range Plar PvP builds is what this is, because again you're using a Lightning Staff, and the rest of the staff you're basically hitting from a distance. So another Magplar, but I got you, Bran. I got you. Hello, Takari. How are you?
Thinking of this, I'm gonna message you.
First coming off.
What? Okay. Okay. Before I forget, I've been meaning to send that. Hello, Takari. How you doing? He's got you, Rand. He's got you. I forgot to log into EU, and I'm trying to get on before it turns to 10 p.m. I'm not gonna make. Sorry, I am doing 2 things at once here. Don't mind me, guys. Don't mind me. So going back to our Apache patch notes here. So Jester's Festival. As usual, Jester's Festival happens in March. We don't have any dates yet, but it is happening. The pie is going to be passive, just like the other staple events that they do that have the 100% XP bonus. They are working on a way to display some sort of in-game indicator that the effect is active, just to make everybody feel better. I know we've gotten a lot of those questions like, I don't know if it's active. It is active. It's just, it's not a buff anymore, where you used to eat the pie and it was a buff, right? So the fact that it's not a buff anymore gives them a little bit of a technical challenge, because it's hard to show a buff that's not a buff anymore. So it's not necessarily going to be coming with this and update 41, but they are working on that. Lady Riot, it went. The VOD is up here on Twitch. You guys can go back on it. We were super awesome and got to stream in the pools, hot tubs, and beaches category. But Nine survived, despite the fact that he's not in his chair. He actually did survive. He's good. He has all of his feeling in all of his extremities, or at least no less than he had before. So it was pretty good. It was just quick. I think it was only a little hour stream. So.
Oh yeah, yesterday. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry. Whoa.
So we'll definitely put the outfit up. We'll give you guys a little peek at the outfit, but this year's Goofy pageantry includes style pages for the new Seeker Mummer outfit. So you too can dress like a slurpy squid fella from Scenic Apocrypha.
What?
Sean, I don't like have power. I just get to be a squeakier wheel than some, but I will read this again.
No. The missus kept them in her pocketbook, Eli, so I don't have to worry about that.
This year's Goofy pageantry includes style pages for the new Seeker Mummer outfit. So you too can dress like a slurpy squid fella from Scenic Apocrypha. I'm about to go on to PTS right now and look. I hope y'all know that. Squeak louder. Sean. If treasure maps were easily stackable, they would have done it. Because as we had the conversation, or we were part of the Q&A session with the preview event, and Rich talked about, somebody brought up inventory slots, and this is in our video, brought up inventory slots, and we want more. Well, more inventory slots is a big old burden on the server that just really can't happen. They're looking for creative ways to help with inventory. That's why we are getting stackable siege. We are getting the repair kits unified. We're getting ground repair, the repair kits. There's like the Cyrodiil repair kits, and then the gear repair kits are being unified to help alleviate some of the burden. If stackable treasure maps were that easy to do, they probably would have done it. Something tells me that there is a bigger challenge we are currently unaware of that make stackable treasure maps not quite possible. That is my perspective on it.
Fuck.
The Empresario is going to continue to have the Impet and the plain meld Master's body and face markings, which are up right now because this is March, so this will be the final event for that.
Lazy
That's
coders.
Jester's Festival. So I'll pop on to PTS if you guys want to see the
Like
outfit.
you say lazy coders. I mean, Sean, I'm not for nothing. Like, I don't know what work goes into coding personally, and I really hope you're being facetious. And I imagine you are. But like, I don't know the work that goes into coding. Do you know the work that goes into coding?
I bet Sean knows how to do a marquee like you.
Probably. I hope so.
All right, so that's Jester's Festival. You guys can look like a slurpy squid fella. That's the outfit this year. Last year you got the like dinosaur dragon thing.
That was super fun though. I really like that one. I really like that one.
Apparently they're going with the more of the goofy outfits. My cousin Zakori talks about it sometimes. I feel like he's one of the parents on Charlie Brown.
No, right?
Yeah, I feel that, JC. As I said, my first job out of college was a project manager for a web design development company. And so I did like QA testing on websites, and sometimes I would have to HTML some stuff, Java some stuff, understand like, C++ and, the CSS and all of that stuff, like in order to help them figure out what was going, to kind of give a direction. I had to understand the basics of all of this. And sometimes I would talk to them and I'd, be like, oh, this. And then they'd start down this dark path of words I didn't know. And I'm like, bruh.
I know enough to make you understand me. It doesn't work the other way around.
Oh, I'm not on PTS yet. I'm still going over patch notes here. I'll go on PTS after I get through the patch notes. It's not a lot. It's week 2. It's just some more updates. So
basically, the missus talking to her developers or coders was the equivalent of me knowing, intermediate Spanish from high school and trying to talk to someone who speaks Spanish. It's just not the, I know a few words, but it's like we're not having a full-blown conversation.
Pantalones. I got you.
Right? I did that once. As I was messing with one of my Spanish teachers, because I just had to, in high school, we had to take 2 semesters of a language. I had no desire to take 2 semesters of a language. I
liked it.
My second semester of Spanish, bear in mind, I can't really speak Spanish, period, still. It's like, oh, you have to read the sentence. Oh, it was like, mi esta gusta en la playa. And it was supposed to be playa because it was like something about the beach or something like that. I'm like, oh, en la playa. And I was just like messing around. And so it was funny at the time because I was in high school. But it also reiterated the fact that I had no desire or ability to speak a foreign language.
I did AP Spanish. And then realized that it was not, it's not that I realized it. It's just, I grew up working in my aunt's flower shop, in an area of Long Island, that, English was the significantly a minority language. It was Spanish. So growing up, I worked at that flower shop since I was like 7 years old. Yay, child labor. And these people, the customers that came in, they taught me all kinds of stuff, right? But they taught me street Spanish. They taught me how people speak,
Practical
like I'm not
Spanish.
speaking ye old English, as an English speaking person, right? It's not proper English. I would fail English today if they heard me speak the way I do. But, so I grew up learning what I would, communicate with in an everyday setting. And then you take, like AP Spanish, and you're like, you're the top tier Spanish taking advanced placement courses, they're college level courses in high school. And you're just like, oh, Yeah, so I fixed my kickstand on my phone. Fell off. She super glued it on. Just figured out she glued the kickstand shut.
So,
she fixed it.
All right, it's not broken anymore, per se. So Sean, yeah, no, I get that, right? Like, I get that because in a very similar circumstance, like I said, I can't speak computer, right? I will fully and openly admit that I cannot speak computer, for the most part.
I can speak database better than I can speak. It depends on what we're speaking.
But
my background is like database design, SQL, like, I could run a mean query, but network support, not really my thing.
I can speak medical Latin and internal medicine and medical procedure.
Everybody's got their thing.
I feel like that's kind of the same
Sean
boat.
could speak fish. Sean could speak the hell out of fish.
Yep.
I had an IT department. So good. Yeah. Network really wasn't the path I had went down. That's why I said I had taken a second major in college because I had so many credits transferring from high school from all my advanced placement classes. They're like, well, you could pay the same amount of money and graduate early, or you could pay the same amount of money and get a whole second, major out of it. And I'm like, well, let me get more. I'm going to pay the same price regardless. Like, I'm going to make it worth it. So my degree was in, I have a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration with a major in management, a second major in Computer Information Systems, which again was a little more database design, and then a minor in communications. So, like I said, I know enough to be dangerous when it comes to, like I said, database design, SQL, and that kind of stuff, but it's just like, anything out of that, then it's like, all right, we're gonna learn, we're gonna figure this out. And like I said, I learned a lot in the terms of, like the jargon and the stuff that goes into, like I said, custom programming, website design development, app development, because that's what we did. Those the projects I worked on. But as I said, the networking side of it, like they're asking me about routers and switches, and I'm like,
Yeah, that thing. Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah. What do you think about this
Spanish
idea?
Classes didn't teach me to listen to a fluent Spanish speaker and read any information, so I walked to my first college class, which I tested into. Did not understand 90% of what she was saying. She told us our assignment in Spanish. I have no idea what it was. I immediately dropped. Yeah.
Good
and like
night,
I said,
Fran.
and
Thank
that
you for all
was
your help.
Good
I'm sorry
night,
I didn't
Bran.
get queued up for the next set of dungeons.
Are you still in queue?
Yeah. I put like 10 of them on there, but no one wanted to do them. I'm like,
Yeah, I chose not to take a language in college, and mostly because why I wanted a language was for the practicality of it, and classroom Spanish wasn't getting me practicality. I learned far more from, you know, my hometown and growing up working my aunt's florist than I did in, you know, in a classroom. It just wasn't the right fit, so... My sister took Spanish while she was in Germany, different type of Spanish. Yeah, that's like I said. And the other part of it is, like I said, there's different dialects, right? That, you know, there's, you know, the Spanish that you speak in the Dominican Republic is different than the Spanish you're speaking in Puerto Rico, and, you know, different than, you know, Brazilian. And, you know, like I said, there's all of these different areas and dialects, and while there's some commonality between them, and you kind of, if you know the basics, like, you can kind of figure things out, but like I said, it's very, very tough depending on where you are. And you know, the classic Spanish that you're learning is they teach you more Castilian Spanish, which is not what they're speaking over in Brentwood on Long Island. They're not speaking Castilian Spanish. Like, that's why you said the Spanish that I learned was Dominican Spanish and Puerto Rican Spanish, and, you know, that was what I learned. So, you know, because, you know, like I said, when I was in these classes, I was, you know, I would talk to my customers because they were regulars of mine every year. And, you know, the ones that came in and they're like, this one's for my wife, this one's for my girlfriend for Valentine's Day. Don't fuck it up. Like, make sure you guys send it to the right person. I don't need you screwing it up again. And they were my regulars that came to me every year. So they watched me grow up. Like I said, they were, you know, the fun uncles that came in kind of thing. And it was just, and I'm like, oh, this is what they're teaching. He's like, what are they teaching you? Like, what is this crap? And I'm like, Castilian Spanish. And they're like, I don't even know where they speak that. I'm like, oh, you know. Dropping my writing class, technical fail for too many missed classes. Oh, no. Oh, bummer. This is for my wife, this is for my girlfriend, this is for that. So, JC, so we'll sidetrack here for a quick story. So, again, growing up, I was very, very attuned to the ways that was this area. And the amount of people that came back to us year after year because we didn't F it up, we'd have people come in and they're like, this one is for my wife, this one is for my girlfriend, and this one is for my baby mama. Their words, not mine. Do not mix them up. And you kind of look at them and you're like, bro, really? Don't mess it up. And you're like, all right. And like I said, we knew these people. They came in year after year, and I worked there for years. So it's just like, oh, guys, come on, man. Like, why do I have to be your sidekick in these shenanigans? Like, I'm not really into this. But like I said, Valentine's Day was always a trip. Mother's Day was always a situation. There was, like I said, there were a lot of men that had many children with many different women. So, you know, they'd come in for Mother's Day. I will say this, all of the men that came in, Spanish men love their mothers more than anyone on this planet. You cannot tell me anyone. That is the one thing I have learned. Again, you know, regardless of where they are from specifically, you know, like I said, you know, Dominican or Puerto Rican or Cuban, or these men love their mothers. They would buy their mothers the biggest, best floral arrangements, these massive, you know, $300-400 bouquets and pieces and teddy bears and all this stuff for their mamas. And then they're like, yeah, throw one of those in for my wife. Their mamas were treated like queens on Mother's Day, which I always loved that. I always loved that. Gotta love your mamas. But there was this one place. It was a hairdresser. The place was called Vilma's. I don't know if she's still in business, but Vilma's. She also had a Vilma's 2 that she ended up opening, which we found out why business was so good that she had to open a second one. My uncle, because my aunt owned the business, so my uncle would do a lot of deliveries, and he was out on the road for Valentine's Day, and he had a lot of deliveries. So again, we set hundreds of arrangements to Vilma's every year. Like literally hundreds of arrangements went to Vilma's, to all the hairdressers there. Like, wow, these guys love their hairdressers. Like, didn't put 2 and 2 together until, kind of, a year or 2 later. But my uncle said, I'm so sorry. Is there any way I could use your bathroom? And like I said, they knew him. Like, oh yeah, Tom, not a problem. Head in the back, whatever. And my uncle went into the back, and the hallway that led to the employee bathroom, there were cases and cases and cases and cases and cases of condoms in the back hallway of this hair salon. That was the year that confirmed what we assumed was the reason Vilma and her lovely hairstylists received so many arrangements. Condoms, Matthias. Cases and cases, like hundreds.
Condoms. Think like Trojan.
In bulk. Condoms. Yes. They literal cases of them. And so my uncle came back and he's like, hey guys. Now my aunt was big on her booze. So in the flower shop, the refrigerator
right,
out in the,
exactly.
The
it's
back,
good business. It's a good side business.
She had a big giant refrigerated building in the back for like overflow and stuff and arrangements for deliveries. My aunt loves her Coronas. So there were cases and cases and cases of Coronas. At any given time, you walked into the back of that flower shop.
Gwen.
My aunts were all like wasted making flower arrangements, right? And so my uncle comes in and he's like, hey guys. And he tells us what happened. Everybody starts dying, just dying in the back of the room. And like I said, all the customers out front are like, what the hell's going on back there? Like, you guys know it's 11 a.m. Like, normally you're not this drunk at 11 a.m., guys. Like, you good back there? And, but we were dying. And he's like, yep. And we're like, well, that is exactly why we are seeing this.
Thank you.
This is exactly why we get literally hundreds of orders at Valentine's Day. Booze and floral arrangements. So forever and ever, my aunt, she was blasted one day. Like I said, she doesn't. Her husband picks her up at the end of the day because he would come run some deliveries when he had gotten off of work, or pick the kids up, whatever it was. And he'd come pick her up. So she didn't care. She'd get blasted, and she'd be sitting there. And one day, she thought it was going to be the greatest thing in the world. She was going to make a bud vase. And a bud vase, for those who's not familiar with it, usually it's got like 1, 2, maybe 3 flowers at most, with like a little bit of greenery, some baby's breath, right? It's meant to be a tiny little arrangement with like 1 or 2 roses. She was like, oh my God, this is going to be great. So she washes out the bottle. She makes a little mini arrangement in it. And she puts it in the front refrigerator. It didn't make it to the front refrigerator. As soon as she walked out of the back, everybody in that front room was like, I want that one. So instead of getting their nickel deposit back on the bottle, they sold arrangements in Corona bottles. And they were one of the most popular things they ever sold at my aunt's shop. There was a year where they just forgot about it. They didn't do it, or they just hadn't had any that day. They were on like their mimosa kick or something, and they're just like, "Do you have those Corona arrangements again?" We're like, "Okay, I mean, if that's really what you want." And again, Corona's a popular beer in Mexico, so again. It wasn't surprising that they really enjoy the Corona specifically, but because the other bottles didn't really sell too well, like they'd have like Heineken and stuff, but Corona sold. Like it was It was a crowd favorite. And then if you added glitter to anything, all they wanted ever was glitter. So I don't know, man. People got their things, I guess. Glitter and Corona bottles. But this was a lot of good memories. A lot of learnings. A lot of learnings over the years at that flower shop. That's my retirement job, being off floors. Honestly, forever, I loved it. The velvet bags for all their dice. Honestly, I loved it. I loved working at the flower shop. My aunt has since sold the business. She was in business for 40 years, I think, before she ended up selling the business. And somebody bought the business for like $2 million, and she walked away. And she goes to Disney like every week. She lives in New York still, but she goes to Disney like every week. So good for her. Good for her. Like I said, I really enjoyed it. I definitely enjoyed it a lot. Just doing it passively at holidays. A lot of fun.
On an unrelated note. Nope, never mind. Sorry, brain stopped working for a second. Yeah.
All right. So, back to Corazon. maybe Southern Dawn. Who knows? They loved. We could not keep those in stock in that front fridge. We had people waiting. They waited. And so as I told my aunt, I'm like, girl, start chugging. I'm like, you better find more. You better find more Corona, ma'am. That's fair, Lady Riot. That's fair. But yeah, it was always hilarious. Like just the shenanigans that went on.
Oh, shenanigans.
All right. Patch notes that came out today.
Yeah, but Yick, are you going?
Nitro.
What if someone said, "I'm going to give you $50 to put some flowers in an empty Corona bottle," and the only way to get that Corona bottle empty was to drink it? Are you going to pass up $50 to simply put flowers in an empty Corona bottle?
The cost of the Corona bottles. But here's the thing, Eli, is they were going to drink those regardless.
Yeah, they were.
Like, that was the first thing. Like, when my aunt prepped for holidays, she'd go and buy, like, a pallet of beer. They were going to drink it anyway, so... like, they were either going to throw the bottles out, or they were going to sell them. So, you know, if we put like 3 carnations in the bottle, it sold for like $25. If we put 3 roses in the bottle, it sold for $35, I think, at the time. And $35 basically paid for your case of Corona.
Yep.
One of those. I feel like that. My family. Oh yeah. My dad's family, they love their adult beverages. I'm gonna pour it down the drain. I mean, that's fair too.
I like when Yicky tries to convince me he's not bougie, and then he makes comments like, "I'm not gonna drink Corona. I'm only gonna drink this nitro stout milk brew that's found from the with water from the tips of the Himalayas." And then I have to remind Yick, you realize that's bougie, right? That is the definition of bougie. He's like, is it? I'm like, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is, Yick.
We give Yicky a hard time because we love him and he knows we're kidding.
I'm not kidding about razzing him. I do razz him like that all the time, but again, it's because...
I admit to nothing. All right. PCS patch notes. We talked about Jester's Festival and your ability to look like a slurpy squid fella.
Yeah, but did you show them what a slurpy squid fella?
I am going to do that after the patch notes, sir. Type the pinky out.
I like that. I can't do a light beer. Yes.
All right, tutorial updates.
Belly Allen, go fetch my fine drinking horn. This is a nitro milk stout. Yes. No, the one that's emblazoned with gold. Yes. Oh, my bad. Yes. Belly Allen, I'm not having a beer tonight. Yes. It is not a plebeian occasion. We are having only the finest bourbon tonight. Yes. Yeah, all we have is whiskey. I said bourbon. They are not the same. Yeah, no.
I got a finger out, but it ain't a pinky. With his smoking jacket slippers, obviously.
What he doesn't tell you, though, is that those slippers are his hospital slippers.
Stop that.
What? It's because he's old.
No. You leave him alone. There's the finger. All right. Tutorial updates. The tutorial is getting an update.
Okay.
So they've updated
Did
the
they just update
post-quest
it?
tutorial portal room. So new accounts will be initially limited to the portals to Stros Mackay,
What I'm seeing.
Bleak Rock Isle, and Canarthy's Roost, depending on your alliance. Upon using any of the aforementioned portals, you will gain the ability to use portals to any additional zones available to your account, as well as the ability to skip the tutorial on subsequent characters. So, first character you create, they are going to push you to your faction starting area. Any subsequent characters will allow you to go anywhere.
Yes, Winston, yes. Give them the bird. Yes, what they call the bird. Give it to them. Yes, thank you, Winston. That's the one. Yes, good job. All right, have a nice day. Yes. Good show, Chop.
I like it too, Gwen. I like it too.
Chauncey. Yes, Master Chauncey.
Oh, Lord. No, I do like it. I think for a...
Indubitably.
A very first character on a new...
Right, welcome to ESO, first day ever, just downloaded it, played Skyrim and nothing else. Yeah, that's absolutely perfect.
Go play your faction starting. I think that is absolutely fair. Yeah, Gwen. We've heard that a lot. We've had a lot of people come in over... the last, I don't know how long they've had this change, but we always get someone that's just like, I don't know where to start.
Yep.
So I think that's really, really awesome. I'm so on board with that. All right. So additional combat and ability changes. Daedric Summoning, Conjured Ward. So 9 hasn't read through any of these yet, so this will be a shock to him.
Oh,
why you gotta call me out like that?
Oh, look, we're starting with Sork skills. Oh, yes.
Stop it. No, we are not. It's literally one change that'll impact you.
I don't know, you just read out
Conjured
2 Sork
Ward,
skills.
You hush. Fixed an issue with this ability in the Hardened Ward's Morph where the conditional heal could fail if an ally pet was nearby, rather than only looking at you, the caster, had a pet active. It's just a fix. They did fix. Fighters Guild. Trap Beast. Barbed Trap.
Broken month.
This are you listening, 9?
Uh-huh.
This morph now increases the damage done of the initial hit by 20%, and the initial hit now always applies the hemorrhaging status effect, rather than increasing the chances of applying the effect by 10 times. Since we've significantly buffed hemorrhaging in instances where you can keep up the effect, we're toning down this morph's ability to passively keep it active. Now, the initial hit will help jumpstart your stacks, but you'll need to find additional sources of bleed damage to keep up the pressure.
That's going to be effing miserable.
Boo!
I agree. That is a big boo right there.
So that is, again,
Miserable?
That's the only
Yeah.
real change in combat and abilities here. So
Great. So, how can we really help Sorks and then just screw everyone else? That's all I heard.
that. No, boo is. Let's see what we got here. Some fixes. I'm not going to go into the dungeon fixes for the new dungeons. We haven't played them yet, and I won't read those.
Barbara,
Flaming
hey.
oil now
bed.
stacks
Lay
in
down.
your inventory, similar to other siege weapons. I was never happy this universe will realize this as soon you'll start to heal mentally and emotionally. So yes, flaming
girl.
oil will now stack in your inventory. Yay.
Good.
Because those are a pain in my butt.
Oh.
Chuckles and Sork. Hi, Tipper. Style pages in the Infinite Archive are now curated. Last week they weren't, so they fixed that. So those are now curated, just as an FYI. They were supposed to be this whole time, just more of a fix from last week. What?
What's been curated?
The style pages in the Infinite Archive. So, like I said, that's only being introduced with this patch, so it's just an update to last week because there was some curation issues. So, let's see. Some furnishings were fixed, so we're good there. Gold Road Prologue got some updates. I'm not going to go over that and ruin anything for anybody. A couple updates. Some UI tutorials can now be searched by title. Left clicking on a previewable collection will now preview that collectible in the collections book. And that's it. That's all we got, guys. So, some positive stuff coming with Jester's Festival. I'll go pop onto the PTS now so you guys can see the outfit. I like the tutorial update they're doing. I'm totally on board with that. Nine and Yuki are going to make signs and protest outside of ZOS HQ tomorrow for Barb Trap.
JC, what? I know, right? JC, what class? What class? Because I know I know there's the Arcanist skill morph that absolutely has been wrecking me, and I really need it to be morphed or nerfed because it just absolutely destroys people in 1vxing. And when I say 1vxing, I mean I'm trying to run away from these jerks, and they're just CCing me in place for like 5 seconds and then murdering me with 7 of their friends. Fossilized does it too. Yep.
I just gotta run the update for PTS. I did not do that today.
God.
It shouldn't be a large update, so.
Oh my god.
Oh, hush.
Okay.
Any news on the 2 companions? Those are going to come in 4th quarter of this year, so we won't hear anything for a very long time. We won't hear anything till much later in the year.
Templar. So the best you're going to have for Templar is going to be the Eclipse Living Dark, where basically envelope yourself in Lightless Sphere for 12 seconds, protect yourself. Anytime you take direct damage, Sphere lashes back at the attacker, reducing their movement speed by 40%, 2 seconds and healing you. It slows them down. Then I believe Unstable Core, their first attack reduces their movement speed, deals magic damage. Second attack immobilizes them for 3 seconds and deals magic damage. The third attack stuns them for 3 seconds and deals magic damage. So like I said, Unstable Core is a good one. Again, it only lasts 6 seconds, so you kind of have to be good on the timing on that one, but that's a decent one for Templar. And then Barb Trap is another one. Barb Trap will absolutely do it. If you look at Fighters Guild, you go with your Barb Trap. Lightweight Trap is a good way to kind of do it at a distance, but Barb Trap will basically CC them for a second. I said enemies who activate the trap are immobilized for 2 seconds. It's only 2 seconds, but it's still better than nothing again if you time it. And then there's Time Stop.
What's Fossilize on? Isn't that DK?
Yes. Fossilize is DK, but JC said they play Templar, so I was shifting because I was originally going to tell them an Arcanist skill. From the Sigic Order, you have Time Stop, where you have time freeze, freeze passive time at a target location, gradually reduce their movement speed of enemies in the area for 4 seconds before finally stunning them for 3 seconds when the duration completes. And basically what you do with Time Stop...
Time Stop F's people up all the time.
Time Stop, basically, because it's a AoE. It hits 8 meters, so you can hit a number of people, and then, like I said, you can drop that comment right down on there. And then if that didn't work, you undo and just try it again.
I'm going to turn off my for a little because for whatever reason the PTS like borks the hell out of my computer. So
that's fine.
You guys are just going to get a stupid choppy image if you're not getting a choppy voice too.
Oh, they won't know. They won't really know.
Quivering in anticipation. Yes, and for anybody who is a not a big fan of PvP, if you are an Xbox NAJC, for the next 2 Fridays, not this Friday, but the Friday after, and then the Friday after that, is going to be running some Imperial City preload events if you are on EP. And then we are going to put some on the calendar for PCNA as well for anybody who wants to preload Imperial City. Because I hate that place. Is I just dancing the robot? Yeah. PTS, it does not get along with my PC and streaming.
And then JC, depending on what your target is, you can also do blinding flare. I usually use blinding flare when I'm running a 2-bar in PvP because blinding flare is a good one because again it reveals stealth invisible enemies in the target area for 5 seconds. Exposed enemies are stunned for 2 seconds and cannot return to stealth for 4. So you basically have 2 seconds to drop on them and then an extra 2 seconds to hopefully finish them off. Plus, you get the major protection for while it's slotted. So that's also not a bad one to have. Those are going to be your big go-tos. I said, with White Strikes coming up, there's just a lot of like prep work to do.
Yeah, Nee, that's White Strikes Mayhem is the next event coming up. It'll be probably, we're anticipating the end of February because that's when the White Strikes Mayhem stuff in the Crown store is coming out. So again, just a speculation more so on our part, but it's definitely this month. It's more than likely the end of the month. Sorry, I gotta agree to all 45 of these screens again. Ugh. I promise not to be a butt face and be mean to other people.
Yeah, if you do the barb trap versus the lightweight, it's going to deal more damage overall.
Yeah, no worries.
With barb trap versus the lightweight trap. Plus you apply hemorrhage to them, so I said barb trap, but like you said, barb trap's like one of the ones where...
Me too, Tipper. You should.
No, I was going to say, barb
finish.
trap's one of the ones where, again, you know someone's coming at you or chasing you, and you kind of put it down and then take a step back. That way, when they get to you, boom, they're trapped and they're right there, and you just drop on them. So that's also an option.
Yeah, Tipper. I was recording the audio for a White Strikes Mayhem video that we're going to be putting up. And the amount of times I literally, like, Nine's going to have to go through and clean up all this audio because I rarely stop recording when I screw up. So I'm just like, mid-year mayhem. And then now Nine's going to hear me out there going, are you fucking egg? It's not a White Strikes mayhem. And then I'd get like, halfway through whatever and just be like, in previous, mid-year mayhem events, and I'm like, son of a bitch, just White Strikes and White Strikes. Nine gets to feel all of my feelings while recording videos.
Let's see. To answer your question, Nee.
JC, like here's the thing is, again, there's a difference between play style and griefing, right? There's, if you're looking to, use a snare effect of some sort and, an immovability or a immobilization and, kill somebody strategically, that's fine. Like, it sucks, it's annoying, but it's perfectly within gameplay, right? It's, going out of your way to grief new players because they're an easy kill. That's the part that kind of sucks, because this is why new players don't join into PvP, because they get grief the hell out of themselves the entire event, and then they don't want to go back, and that's what makes them hate it, and that's why PvP doesn't grow. Like, if they happen to be running by, it's just like, all right, and you don't know whether they're high level or not, but to purposely seek out new players just to grief them, that's the part we're against. That's the part we have trouble with. But using a snare of some sort and an immobilization and then, smacking them in the face with an ice comet just as a player in general, like, there's nothing wrong with that. It's a totally fine play style, right? That's not the issue. Oh, you will not let me on PTS today, man. That is not having it.
So, Nee, you can either use... I use the Escapist Poison, which if you look over here and can maybe see it... Nope, you can't. All right, cool. Let me undock you so I can move you. Hey, unlock you. So if you look at the escapist poison right here, basically immobilizes your target, grants you unstoppable, rendering you immune to control CC effects for 1.6 seconds. Poison will also break you free of ongoing effects, drains health from your target, dealing 1481 poison damage to your target, restoring 1646 health to you for 1.6 seconds. Drains mag from your target, increasing the cost of their mag abilities by 10%, and restores 238 mag to you per second for 2.3. So this is one of the ones that I use. The other one that I use is not on this tune, but it is the it should be the damage health poison. Let's see if I can find it. Cloudy, no. These holds. There's the Ravage health, which is one you can find. Escapists. Cloudies.
Back.
All right.
So
The other one is a damage health poison, which is poison damage and poison damage, 2 stacks, one for 3.5 seconds and one for 6.4. That is going to be your Nirnroot, Nightshade, and Flesh Larva. Nice one, Nightshade.
Yeah, and JC, what you've described there is actually griefing. that is griefing. It is against terms of service, and it is a very, very bannable offense.
It is. So those are the two that I like, Nee, but I run those on a bow gank. Okay. Let's see how much I have. 27. Thank you. But yeah, so thank you, Leroy. So yeah, those are my go-tos. Those are my suggestions.
All right, I'm just logging in. Then I'm gonna go to the Impresario, and I'm gonna get myself a costume.
Shouldn't it already be in your inventory?
No, I don't think they did. Ooh, my computer does not handle PTS well. I don't know why, but oh yeah, Nee, that's like a very fair thing. Grief or no griefing.
Yeah, so Nee, if you're looking for gankers, use the escapists. The escapists, because again, if you hit them before they go invisible, they won't be able to go invisible.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you could hear me eating.
Yeah, we can. It's fine though, we don't mind.
I found chicken tendies and tater tots, so that's
Fair.
what I'm eating. Woo-wee! It is not a good PTS day for my computer. I'm sorry. I don't like hearing people eat, so I don't want people to also hear me eat.
Think if I did. That's where that worked. I need to put those in the bonk. Where is the bonk? I don't know where the bonk is. Lip smacking good. I know, right? We've decided that we're going to add the sushi we had last night to our treat stream. So if anyone ever wants to buy the Mrs. Sushi, we can eat sushi. In my defense, in the Mrs. Defense, I should say, in the Mrs. Defense, I didn't actually feed her tonight. So like that's a thing. Right, lady, right? Yeah. It's like one thing. It's one thing if like, you know, you're eating and like you're trying to be like considerate and not crunching everyone's ear. It's another thing when people are just.
I'm still super embarrassed eating in front of people, Eli.
Oh yes, you know, I had to get over that super quick. Otherwise, I would have starved to death. Let's shuffle them up. Yeah, the map is not good right now. The map is not good right now. Problem. Like, all right, so here's the thing, right? So chat, let me get your take on this, right? Since a lot of you are, for those, I'm gonna ask this in two questions. Oh, it's for I know, I try, I really do. I'm gonna get her a salad for Wednesday, JC. I'm gonna go out tomorrow and get all this stuff to make her a delicious salad.
I'd like a Caesar salad, please. A chicken Caesar salad.
Bet you would. Salad. Lettuce on the side. I know, right? Right, Dawn? That's what I'm saying. That's what she wants. That's what she really, really wants. So let me ask.
Ideally, and not touching. Like, put it in a
This
different
person's
bowl.
name is a cereal killer. Like Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Fruity Pebbles cereal. I appreciate it. Let me.
No, broccoli does not go in salad.
Topping suggestions? No, Gwen. So as a completely unrelated question to her eating a salad. So I've got two questions. I got two questions for you. If for those of you who are want cereal, go get some cereal. Go for it. Whatever. Alta-meal, delicious, right? Especially the s'mores, mainly because it has a little fox on it. No, I'm kidding. That's not why I get it. Fun fact: for those who think that I'm like obsessed with foxes, you're probably not far off.
He is.
But like, I don't like gauge everything in my life based on like if it has a fox on it or not.
Yes, he does.
So like I said, I do thoroughly enjoy foxes though. All right, chat. So check this out, right? This right here, this is Lyra Failure. This is my PvP Templar, right? And so this is how she looks, yada yada yada. Because again, I'm predominantly a PvEer. So for the question, this is the question, and this is again, just let me know if you're a PvP or a PvE or main, right? Or a lore seeker for the one that's here. Is when because I go into PvP and I look at like a lot of the other I know, right? Hey Punky, how are you doing? And so I go to PvP and I see everyone else and they're like, you know, they look more like my tank, right? They're all decked out in armor and they're looking vicious and they're like fear. They're like, look how angry I am. Look how like scary I look. Yeah. And this is my main PvP tune. So I go into Endling? Oh, I would literally like put them in a safe little home like my arms and then just nuke everyone else. Don, I would absolutely do that. Oh, the fox room. See, I can get behind that. I can get behind that, Funky. So.
Yes, Punky. I remember
Yeah.
you were looking for some like things for your classroom a little while ago.
Right. So. Right, because if you got the very similar arcade, you've got like some of the special needs kids. And so I wonder if did any of those items that we suggested like work out for you? I know you're talking about like certain lights for like nap time and things like that. So floor mat. Yeah, what do you call a guy with no arms and no legs sitting in front of your door? Matt. So like I said, so I go in to like PvP, and like I said, I look at my character, and I'm like, okay, cool. So for my PvEers, how do you design, like, how do you design your character to look for PvP? And for my PvPers, how do you design your character for PvP? And follow up is, why? Oh, I'm sorry, Lady Riot. If you can't hear me, I'll repeat it all. In the ocean, Bob. Yep. So like, so first half of the question is, how do you design your character for PvP? Second half is, why do you design it that way? Because again, like I said, this is my main PvP character, and then I've got like this one. It's like, oh, I make it look a little scarier and things like that. But like I said, right? Yeah, that's why I went this route. Like I went this route because I'm like, cool. She's a Templar. Yeah, she's got a lot of skin exposed, but again, she needs to be very mobile. She's got to be able to run around, be lightweight. You know, that's kind of how I went. Why I went this route. Like it's more practical, right? Can't be kicked in the shins. I can kick people in the shins, like I said. So, all right, Dawn. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you for hanging out.
Good night, Dawn.
So in 8 seconds, I will repeat all my questions. As dull as possible.
I was just passing through Somerset.
That's fair, Gwen.
And somebody said, so you're the one that saved the queen. You don't look that special.
Oh, you know what happens.
Rude.
Excellent.
Who are
so,
you,
yeah,
bro?
So Punky and Lady,
Piles.
yeah, so for basically for the question is, like I said, I as a PvE main, I make my PvP character, I make all my characters look relatively practical for what I believe they do in the world, right? I make them look relatively practical, except for a couple. But like when I go to like PvP, for example, again, they still look very, if you will, practical. And I look at like other PvPers, and they've got like bright flashy colors, you know, they've got this big beefy armor, they're trying to look as scary as possible, and I'm like, why? Like why is that their go-to? And it's more just like, you know, internal dialogues, like, I don't go that route. Why don't I go that route?
Oh Lord.
You want to show everyone else? You want to come back from hiding, or
I'm gonna show everybody this outfit that I'm putting on right now. Once I undye it, because it obviously takes the dye out of that I had on this character. But cannot wait to show you this helm. This is weird.
did it say Slurpee?
Just want to clear all these dyes. This is interesting. You did get the weighted stuffed fox? Ah, yes.
3.5 pounds almost. Ooh.
How the hell do you clear dyes?
Oh,
there it is. Clear color. Oh, Lord. This is a costume, to say the least. All right, I won't turn my character back on, but my camera back on, but we can switch over. To my screen if you guys want to see this sexy outfit coming with the Jesters Festival. So this will be the new outfit that you can get from the upcoming Jesters Festival in March. Kimber, are you talking about the new?
I was in the top of the notes.
Technical minimum. Is that what you're talking about? Is that a Durzog head? No, it is meant to be, and I apologize again, it's very choppy and not fluid. It is meant to simulate the Seekers over in Apocrypha. That is not cute. Yeah. Yes, Kimber. Yeah, they're just putting in a new minimum. Most of what they're recommending as the new minimum changes, it's just requiring an updated operating system. Your RAM shouldn't. I think 4 gigs of RAM is the minimum.
Star Wars Cantina. I can feel that. I can see that.
So this is what you guys have to look forward to. Yay! I like how there's also like little bits of stuffing hanging out of where the costume is like damaged. It's just a cosplay. It's a cosplay. If I get those, I'm selling them. Yeah. This is what's coming for Jester's Festival. So I'm going to throw it back over to 9.
Throwing.
Because like I said, it's borking, so. Oh yeah, no. It's Kimber. The big update and why they're updating all of the technical requirements is mostly because they're sunsetting the support for Windows 7. They're officially changing that. So, Stickers Wolf, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, don't stress, Kimber. You should be good. So yeah, that will be the new outfit style pages you can get. I will stick to the dinosaur costume. We're doing good, Snickers Wolf. Hope you're having a good night. All right, once I get off BTS, I'll come back on Kim. So.
Promises. Yeah, we're having a pretty good night. We're talking about some patch notes. I'm getting characters ready for, I don't know why I'm running around on this thing, for White Strikes, which is coming up soon. I'd imagine Thursday. I think White Strikes is going to be Thursday.
Like this Thursday?
Yep.
The 8th?
Why not?
No.
When do you think it's going to be? If they're running a 2-week event? I'm just glad they're not doing back-to-back events again.
I think that it's going to be out when the Star Maid Wolf's Head is out.
When's that one coming out?
Let me pull it up. Hold on. I want to say it's like 23rd, 24th? 26th through the 29th. The 26th through the 29th. You made it to 161. Yay!
Excellent. That is basically where it's at. Pick for a first character. That's tough. Have you played other MMOs before? I can do this. We're gonna do a whole breakdown. Have you played other MMOs before? We're gonna do this together. No. What is this your first? What system are you on? What console are you on? PC, Xbox, PlayStation? PC. All right. Do you like to be up close and personal?
Or do you like to be
or do you like to hang back?
Yeah, Nee and Tip are absolutely right. Like at the end of the day,
it
try
depends.
them all.
So
that's 100% where we're going with this. But like I said, if we can give you a recommendation based on things you enjoy,
and then do you prefer healing or tanking, or DPS?
Yes, and welcome to ESO.
It's gonna be fun. We're gonna have a good time.
I hope you have a good time.
Yeah, because like kind of what everyone's tank DPS. All right, so there's a couple things. So if you like tank DPS, I'm not gonna say there are like go-tos. Templars are definitely great.
I have a good answer for this one. If Nine wants to let me.
Yeah, go for it.
After I'm done stuffing my face, I apologize. So,
Lol.
we are day one ESO players. ESO was my first ever MMO, and tank is what I came into this game with. I wanted something that was super intuitive, very easy to play, so I didn't immediately get discouraged. My first character ever, 10 years ago, was a Dragon Knight tank. I know Yuki's gonna have a hard tech. Was a Dragon Knight tank. Dragon Knights are one of the original 4 classes in the game, and they are very, very intuitively set up for tanking. They do really well. I tried Final Fantasy for a week. It was just a huge. Oh no. Yeah. We're here. We got you. We'll help you figure this out. We don't want you leaving. You're in the ESO community now. We kind of like hold you hostage. We just don't ever let you leave. So, no. But I went for me, and again, you may be opposite of me, so it'll be a good indicator. But I wanted something super easy and kind of dummy proof, right? Because I was not only learning this game for the first time, but I was learning an MMO for the first time. I was learning a PC game for the first time. I really wasn't a PC gamer prior to this. I wanted a little bit of dummy proof in.
Apparently you do, crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, apparently you did at some point. So that was why I personally went with Dragon Knight tank. Again, one of the original classes, it was truly meant to be a tank at the very beginning. It has a lot of shields and they're very beefy. So they make, again, very, if you're going to open a book of, ESO tanking for dummies, DK's Dragon Knights are going to be kind of that go-to class for that, right? One of the great things about ESO is you can play any role with any class. You can also play multiple roles on the same character. So again, Dragon Knight DPS are very strong. They have a great place in this game. Stam. Yep. So for me, like I said, if you're as new overall to ESO and MMO and how they work, dummy proof is going to be your DK. That's going to be your basic, most intuitive. As you're learning this game, it's less to put on your plate about, trying to find an intricate kind of build and, a very niche kind of corner of a class to figure out how they work. DKs, you are just dragony and beefy. So that would be my initial recommendation, again, based on my experience coming into a MMO for the first time and ESO for the first time.
So kind of like what...
But now feel free to let Nine.
Yes, they have. They have Hawkeye. So kind of like along the lines of what the missus was saying, is that... You gonna come and try and hit me up here as I stare at you? Oh, no, it's just a bow gank who... There's a bow gank who's just, like, staring at me. Like, I'm just gonna walk over here and, like, get impervious to attacks.
Crazy. Nine mains Templars. Nine's a big fan of Templars.
So, so Templars are great for, like, DPS again, but they're more in the melee range. They do have some versatility for healing as well, which is kind of why I wasn't gonna say necessarily go Templar. While they're really good up close and personal for damage, they're, for lack of a better term, they're a one-trick pony when it comes to DPS. I know everyone's gonna be like, "Oh my god, they're so versatile." I'm like, let's be honest. Their money shot is jabs, and without jabs, they're basically they don't hold a candle to like any other class. That's basically all they have going for them. I calls it as I sees it.
Crazy.
I main
Nine
Templars.
mains Templars. He has like 37 Templars. Like that is all he likes in
Jesus
this
beam,
game.
yeah,
So
Jesus
don't get
beam.
him wrong. Like I said, he is a Templar simp
So like,
through
yeah,
and
like,
through.
don't think I'm like hating on Templars. Like I said, this is a Templar. My last one was a Templar. I've got a number of Templars, but
He's been on at least 2 different Templars.
the animations
tonight.
and the concept behind Templars are awesome because it's that whole, let me say, like you've got your jabs, you've got like your whole like all your like holy like divine magic, coursing through you, and that's basically like you've got major like massive buff, burst heals, things like that. It's great. But all for all, tick for tick, they're just really not. They're not super versatile.
Yeah, if you're interested in bows, Yicky is the last remaining bow user in ESO. He's got some good tips.
He does for bows what Maddie does for bards. Just harasses the dev team until they placate them somehow.
So Necros do make great
And
tanks.
DPS.
However, they are slightly more complicated overall on how to best play them as a tank. Their rotations are a little more complicated. That's actually why they're looking at making a lot of these Necro changes, is because they have more complex rotations.
Warden is your druid, whatever you want to call it, but again, a more complicated, involved, for lack of a better term, skill set, right? They're not bad.
Janku, that's Nine's OG character. That Nine's OG day 1 character was an Argonian Nightblade.
So that's usually why Arcanist is, again, for lack of a better term, is like idiot proof. It's the
crazy. Stam healing is definitely hard.
They definitely made it so that I can't even Templars can't even block cast. Like honestly, if they're gonna fix one thing about Templars, if they were gonna give Templars one thing to put them on par with everyone else, give it block casting. Like seriously, you can't block cast with a Templar. I'm telling you for a fact, you cannot block cast with a Templar. He's gonna sit there. I'm gonna cast my ability. He just hit me with it because I can't block cast with a Templar. If you cast an ability,
I do it. I do it in Starfall on my healer.
You're not actually block casting. If it were to hit you,
I don't take damage during a Starfall, or I take minimal damage. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that.
I'm telling you, it's not a thing. I'm telling you, block casting is not a thing. You don't have to know about it.
Anyway.
It's a fact. It's not even like an opinion. It's literally a thing. Anywho,
I'm going to the officials.
right?
Where's Rich?
Block casting is not a thing. Anywho, so that being the case, regardless, that being kind of the case, is Nightblades are good. That's going to be your classic. They've got a lot of versatility to them, but as far as tanking goes, they make really good tanks. They're just not a play wells with other kind of tank. They're just I'm not going to die and I will hold the big bad for you kind of tank. But they definitely don't help out the rest of their team. Right? And again, it's fine. It's understandable.
You say that with Sorks?
Nightblades. Nightblades are super, super strong tanks, and they're super good DPS, because again, you're bow gangs, you're sneaking around, and all that nonsense, all that jazz. But they
are technically getting a bit nerfed.
What?
It's a little... It's a nerf to the play style, if I say it. Maybe that is the better way of saying it for Necros.
Yeah.
It's a nerf to the play style.
They're changing the play style. Basically, the way you've been playing them the last 6 years is now changing. So, like I said, Nightblades are good in that respects, but again, and then Sorks are again just being buffed and OP'd and.
In ESO, the socially expected role of the tank is to also provide other support, like buffs and debuffs. So there are some classes that can do it a little better than others.
Yeah.
Less Templar, only Sorks.
They do. And like I said, I know it.
Yeah, Sork tanks are going to be
Sork
getting
tanks, Sork healers, Sork DPS.
Sork support is going to be getting a lot of support
unnecessarily. Literally no reason for it, but whatever. But yeah, so like I said, but Templars are really good. Like I said, I can do 90% of my content without any issues and hold my own with the best of them on a Sork, or I'm sorry, on a Templar. I don't do anything on a Sork if I don't have to.
Yeah, that's what I said. There's definitely more intuitive.
I get
tank classes.
Yeah.
Than
I get
others.
people want to like play Sorks and things like that. Like I'm not saying don't play Sorks. I'm not saying don't play the class you want to play. What I'm saying is, when the game was originally made, it was made so that individuals could, how to put it, so that individuals could basically have like a reason to play a different class, right? To play specific classes. Oh, I'm going to play a Nightblade because, I like to sneak around. I want to provide, I want to do that sneaky side of it. Well, cool. Well, now you've got, Templars were originally made for more healing style, so they've got a lot of burst heals in there. And then, like I said, DKs were made for Snow White. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
Thank you
So
for the follow.
now, DKs were made more for like tanking. It's like, cool. So you can tank on anything now. Great. Which means that now you just play something that's aesthetically pleasing. They're basically going to be all the same thing. Except for a few classes not getting the same love, which is, a thing. It happens. They're trying to balance everything out. And so that's kind of where things have netted out, is that now it's just, okay, what looks prettiest to you? Because that's basically overall is like which animation, everything can do whatever they want to do. And it's actually, seriously, like, you seriously?
Yeah, back in the day.
Oh, look, it's a Sork.
It was DKs were your tanks, Templars were your healers, and your Nightblade and Sorks were your DPS.
Oh, it's Arcanist.
That was how the game rolled out day one. Obviously, had a little bit of everything, but it really kind of put you in those intuitive roles. Like, Templars had all the healing
I
stuff.
hate so much.
DKs had all the shields.
And yet they're never going to nerf an Arcanist,
and Sorks and Nightblades, again, had all those damage skills. Since the beginning of this game, it has evolved quite a bit. We started introducing the Warden and the Necro and the Arcanist as 3 additional classes that came out completely hybridized, where it didn't necessarily kind of fall into one role more than the other. They truly wanted to make it an anything role. And since that, they've also done that to the other original 4 classes. And that's what we're seeing here in these patch notes with this coming out in March. They're giving Sork more of those support benefits. They want you to truly play the way you want to play. They didn't really adopt that early on, right? There were some things that were like, hey, I guess you could play the way you want to play, but if you want to be a tank, you should be a DK. Yeah. That was kind of how they built the game originally. But they've expanded since then, and they want to drive home that play the way you want to play.
Which is fine.
They've, added and taken away from all the 4 original classes over the last, so many years to make them just as hybrid as the others. And again, some of them are still falling into those. Again, Templars still have, very, very strong heals. But they absolutely are rivaled by,
Sorks and Necros and Arcanists.
Oh my gosh, stop. You are just so
I'm not complaining.
Tonight.
It's facts. what do you want me to not say the truth?
You sound so disappointed in it.
I am. There's literally, I should literally delete every Templar I have because there's no point in playing a Templar. There's nothing special about a Templar anymore. There's literally no point.
I
should literally make a Sork because Sorks can literally do everything and no one else is needed. Everyone should just play a Sork forever. That's basically what they've done with everything so far. That's all I'm saying. That's my biggest gripe. Yes, I admit in the beginning, Sorks were kind of, the sort of redheaded stepchild, and they got no love. And they're making up for it by buying them a car and a house and paying for their kids' college and everything like that, while everyone else is like, hey, hey, Mom, Dad, I did all the work for you growing up and was a good child still. Yeah, we know you're good. We're just going to leave you alone. They're the ones that are trying to be the black sheep. And so I'll stop. That's fine. Whatever. I'll stop.
Well then. So for the original question of what should be your first class, if you are looking to do tank and DPS, again, if you are learning a lot about this game and you're not as familiar with MMOs, DKs make a great option. But at the end of the day, as everyone said, you can really truly play anything that just catches your eye. Again, everybody has a different style. You know, Templars are a lot of, you know, powered by the light. Necros are, you know, all about the dead. You know, your Wardens, your nature, your Sorks are your lightning. Everybody's got their own feel to it, right? Sorks for things are still going to need some love. You're in for NTC and you're running to the show. Maddie, I'm not so sure about that. We'll have to double check. I mean, to be completely fair though, Demon Cat, I mean, it is his stream. He does get to kind of talk about what he wants to, and people who are not into his rants are free to turn off the stream if they so please. That is that is something that is more than fair to do. I know we got a little off track. Urkoni, thank you so much for the follow. I know Yuki doesn't. Yeah, Yuki hates on my DK all the time. Yuki absolutely hates on my DK all the time. 9 Rand's weird, right? Yeah, I'm not sure if 9's coming back or not. No, it's not us, Paul. It's not us, Paul. So, how's it going, guys? This didn't get awkward or anything real fast. Well then, I walked into something. It's okay. It's okay, Maddie. It's not awkward or anything. But no, Maddie, Thursday, I will just have to triple check because he has a PTO meeting. It ends at 8. So I'll double check with him, Maddie. As I said, I'm not sure if he's gonna come back for the last 40 minutes. So I'll let him know. I'll let him know. But yeah, so that is, again, that's what I have to say about, you know, choosing your first class is, again, I went dummy proof DK to learn my tanking and learn the game.
Oh, hey, Maddie.
Oh, he's back. Maddie said you're running Tipsy on Thursday and in for NTC.
Okay. I think it's more of a statement than it is a question.
It could be a question if you need to.
Oh, that's why. Oh, Jimmy's.
That's why I mentioned that the PTO meeting is that night, which, like I said, I can also do the PTO meeting. It's
yeah, that's what we said. It's till 8, though, right?
I did say, okay, thanks, bye. Yeah, every time Yuki tanks, Finn bails. Yuki's starting to take it personally.
Send a letter that Finn has to show up to at least one Tipsy trial where Yik's tanking. I feel like that's only fair. Oh, is that you in the car? Yeah, I figured that's you in the car.
Are you doing Big Boy Zero, or are you doing
What do you mean, Big Boy Zero? Oh, you mean Daddy Gone? Yeah, we got Daddy Gone. Yeah, no, this is Blackreach. This is Blackreach, not Grey Host. I don't do Grey Host. I can't stand Grey Host.
It's me. I look cute. Oh yeah, it was a mixed reception to the Daddy Gone term
I
the
feel
other
like
night.
it was just I feel like it was just Finn, maybe Rich, who was mostly Finn, who was like, absolutely not, never ever say that again. I'm like,
Yeah, no. As I said, it was a mixed reception, to say the least. I do owe you guys a
Valid. Oh, sorry.
a 5,000 crown shopping
you do.
spree drawing. So let me whip that up real quick while Nine's showing you whatever he's showing you. Because my BTS worked my computer so hard.
All right. Well, since Maddie brought it up, I'm gonna do this. Let me do.
Clear my picker wheel.
It is no longer January.
That is a fact, sir.
Fact.
That is a fact.
Oh, it's only the 5th. I don't feel as bad anymore.
What did you think it was? Sorry, there's only 29 days in this month. What do you do? I got an acne commercial in Spanish. They know my acne is Latino.
Did you
Oh,
know that your
Maddie.
acne was Latino? Maybe mainly because I've got 2 days left to do it, and I don't want to play the game of trying to get it out by Wednesday. So I'm gonna do this. Whatever I need to. There it is.
I'm gonna do my monthly giveaways.
And spell it. All
Those
right.
are all my totals from
Who
the
wants to
other
look
night.
fabulous with Maddie? So we have this witch ensemble. It's really good for the derriere.
back, yeah.
As long as you take the hat off, the silly hat. But it looks really good. Again, like I said, it really apparently accentuates that derriere. Just something I noticed. Weird, like no other costumes like really done that, but that one did. Hey, right, that booty, yeah. the posterior, the Maximus posterius, yes. So we'll do that. I'll give that out because you've got like 35 minutes for the Zero map to not be as miserably looking as it is. And the other thing I was doing is I was in IC just trying to get like some of those dailies and preloads done just in case. I mean, just in case, like as if I wasn't gonna do it anyway.
Well, Brown Bear didn't get in for last month.
Ooh, and you had 5 extra days, bro.
Usually I have to filter Brown Bear out of the all of the 1 year people
Right,
when
Tipper
I
gets
sort
it.
by
Tipper gets it.
alphabetical.
Here, why I don't have those? There's 1, there's 2, 4. So weird. I mean, it's a little late, Brightblade. You had 5 extra days. Like no one's getting a pass on anything. Just so you all know. Like I was like, did I get in? No. Can I get in now?
Brightblade,
no.
you did. Brightblade.
No, you cannot.
You did get in, Brightblade.
You had 5 extra days. You had 36 days to get in, ish.
And then I will clear these. And get you guys up and running with February.
Why would it?
But let me just make sure I get everybody here.
send me here. It's so stupid. I got you, Bravely. It sold out? Wait. Did it actually say sold out?
Yicky didn't even get in.
Yicky doesn't want our money. He ain't got time for that.
This was a light month, guys. Y'all were sleeping. Y'all were sleeping.
Why is it saying Elven Gardens?
These suckers in here.
It's saying to be here, but it's also saying, like, what is this? Nobles? What is going on right now? So weird. I know it's not this one.
No, Yicky, you did not. Bell did.
Good.
Bell's in. Bell's gonna win them crowns.
And not share them.
Yes, me, you are in. Alright, gonna add the list. Do the shuffle.
Do.
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 Alright. Rip me. Way to go, Mel. Alright. Alright. You guys can see it spinning in that, so
Yeah.
I'm not gonna make 9 flip the screen because it's just
You can make me flip the screen. I don't care.
Oh, nah, it's alright. Good.
Just hiding up in the corner right now anyway, trying to figure out where my next quest is. Find, talk, rescue. I gotta go to you. Where are you hiding?
Congrats, Bright Blade.
Did they seriously win? What? God damn it.
Yay, Bright Blade.
Arena District.
No way. Bright Blade, I feel like you've been here long enough. You should know the drill, but if you don't, you're gonna message 9. You're gonna tell him what you want for 5,000
Oh,
crowns.
hey, friendo. Almond
Platform
Kroll.
region and at name, just so he doesn't have to guess. And you can send him that message. And you will have until close of business next Monday at the latest to get him that list, or you forfeit your prize. But I feel like you're not going to do that, so it's going to be great. But yay! Congrats.
I got you, Bright Blade. I will.
Plus me giveaway. Do you know what you want yet, Bright?
Do you want a witch ensemble?
Well, maybe not if they win it tonight. One of those sweet assistants. I love the assistants.
Yeah.
I think they're fantastic.
A good way to get the assistants if you don't have them.
Would you like a bag of memes? No, we are not. I have not cleared these, so please hold. And down to 0. All right, now you guys can enter for February. Enter for February. Inevitably, y'all are going to ask me anyway at some later point in time in the month.
Yeah, they're actually going. Waiting for it. Oh, this is where I died last time, that's why. Jerk. At me side. Am I ready for February? Brown Bear. Yes.
Brown Bear. I literally opened it up 10 seconds ago. So
So yes, you are.
you were the first one to get in. Mama Figs, the draw I just did was for the 5,000 crown monthly shopping spree. The draw will be closer to midnight for the witch ensemble.
The witch hunts?
Usual time. Never thought I'd win this spree. I'll have to look. I've bought nothing for the store but a few DLCs like Dark Brotherhood for your Nightblades. Yeah, and like I said, the DLC packs are great to get. They're really awesome option. We get a lot of people that do the DLC
I see
packs.
you, bro. I see you.
But yeah, that's what I said. Take your time and look. Like I said, we usually give everybody a week to see what's in there. But yes, February is open. So if you have 10,000 of those channel points saved up, you can enter in.
And if you don't have 10,000 of those points, we make sure that you have plenty of time to get them.
Mm-hmm. Plus, with the shrieks, you well, you do, but they just never made it as obvious. But now with like the notification and stuff, but
oh bugger. But I've only got to rescue one more person, and then
DLCs I don't keep asking. Yeah, and like I said, that's always a great option. Like if there's certain ones that have gear that you really like to farm, or you know, just your favorites in general, those are always a great option.
Rescue one more citizen, then someone can murk me for all I care.
I was sitting at 21 at the start of stream. Now it's at 1. Oh, that's odd.
Oh,
I guess I know
we had the stream, the pull stream.
Yeah, but Nee was saying they had 21 at the start of stream, and
I said
now
it might
it's
have
at 1.
corrected.
Maybe, but yeah, because we had the little mini fuller plunge
and like
stream.
that like hour and a half kind of. We apologize, kind of screwed everyone. We were sitting there with George and Sarah, and they're just like, "Oh, gotta make sure I'm watching. Don't want to ruin that streak." I'm like, "Yeah, not wrong." Who is this? Oh, that's Reliquin's No Mame's Way. Okay, cool. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, go ahead, Brightblade. Take your time.
Yeah, no worries. That's like I said. We usually give everybody a week. After that, then it starts to screw with our like budget and timing and all of that stuff. So we tend to forget about things, and so after a week, it starts to become an issue. Which a week should be plenty of time. As I say, yeah, we're not totally making anybody make decisions right now.
One of the best things you can do, and don't tell Rich, is when you need to port out of Zero, or port into Zero from Imperial City, if you have the ability to get to one of the side doors going into the next zone, not the middle door, the side doors, you can just stand there, impervious to all attacks, and just port out. You don't have to crouch, you don't have to hope that no one finds you. If you can make it over there, boom, just stand there. What are they going to do? They just blast at you? They can't even target you at that point.
Yeah, no, that's always one of our tips, again, especially for my PvE friends that do not want to trudge through the sewers. That's awful. Dying also works, but you lose Telvarni.
This is like for our PvE friends who don't PvP and also want to keep Telvar and do other cool things too.
Yes, because you barely get any to start with. Because you don't PvP in Imperial City. There's new music boxes coming. When were those coming? There's the Dureni Swan, February 8th through the 15th. And then there's the Breezy Night in Bruma, the 12th through the 15th. So there'll be a little overlap there. The Breezy Night in Bruma is actually really pretty. Like, it's simple, but it's actually really pretty. Not true, Nee, because one of the best things, especially if you're a PvE tank, that you could get is the the ice staff. Help me out here. I'm drawing a blank.
PA.
PA. I'm drawing a blank.
PA.
Yuki, help me.
PA.
PA,
Powerful
there it is.
assault.
Thank you. The Powerful Assault Ice Staff. They also sell for like, if you get a good trade, they sell for like 5 million gold. Yes, powerful ass. It sells for like 5 million gold, so you could sell those and make money. And like I said, PvEers like to make money too. Also, again, any PvE tank, a powerful assault ice staff is like must have. So like I said, there's definitely things there. You know, Hakejos are good because you can make your Trisat enchantment. So a lot of the PvE min-maxers have those, things like that. Yep, Hakejo. The Gladiator proofs and the
Siege merits.
Siege of Cyrodiil merits. You can get different rune boxes that resell for several million gold. With exclusive costumes and pets and things like that, which you need Telvar to buy parts of.
Because no one wants to do PvP to get them.
There's actually a lot of reasons to have Telvar as a PvEer.
I was busting Payne's chops earlier because some joker had gone into Imperial City with like 2 years worth of Telvar on them.
I saw that. It was like 5
Payne
mil.
Got 5 mil out of it. But like I said, this guy went in, one of his buddies, basically, bro, why are you targeting me?
Yeah, you get the little dragon shoulder too. You get the little dragon guy. Is that with Hakejo or is that with AP? The little dragon shoulder. I think that was Hakejo.
Hakejo's a rune.
Sorry, that's what I mean. I'm like reading the word Hakejo and yeah.
Yeah, Telvar is Telvar. It's with Telvar.
Yeah, it gets a little dragon shoulder, which is one of my favorite things. And that you have to get yourself. You cannot buy that.
So, but yeah, so like I said, Payne walked away with 5 mil on the Telvar.
Buy me a rune box,
oh, really?
Daddy.
Why are you coming after me? Really? That was so dirty. That was such a jerk move. Wow, whoever this guy is oh my god, I'm not gonna even say it. That was a real jerk move. He literally.
I was thinking about buying that outfit today. Which one?
He basically waited for my teammate to res me, just so he could. He sat there and waited for me to fully res and accept it before he just came in and murked me, knowing that I was in a weakened state. Wow. I hope this.
Well, see, like I said, the one drawback to that, which some people don't actually know, is if you kill someone who was just recently killed, you don't actually get AP from them.
Why are you coming at me?
The longer somebody is alive, you'll get more benefit from it. Killing somebody immediately is just either a tactic, like in this case where it's one less person, you can take down the rest of the group easier, less people, easier to take down, or there's other reasons for it.
Yeah.
But if you're looking at pure AP, there's no reason to go for the weak people, especially in Cyrodiil where you're not getting Telvar or anything. You don't get AP from it. You're just doing it to do it at that point.
The
right?
epitome of just being a jerk for it. But yeah, Payne got 5 mil on the Telvar and bought a whole bunch of stuff with it and sold it, and like I said, made over 2.5 mil. Well, and I said, it's everyone says you don't make money in PvP. I'm like, you just made 2 mil,
You do.
2.5 mil. Well, that's because I got the 5 mil Telvar. Oh, okay. You can buy Hakejos with AP.
Yeah, and I think that's what it might be a little bit. Hi, Parallax.
I think PvPers just don't know
I think
what
there's a
they
little
can
bit of a
sell and what makes money. I think that's more so what it is.
Correct. I think they're not as in touch with the PvE side of the community to know what they're buying, right? It's again, there's some really big things. Again, style pages are huge. You can make a fortune off of style pages.
Costumes,
the Hakejos,
Yep.
the potions. People love buying the the health potions and the mag potions and stuff from Cyrodiil. There's a lot, but again, for those that PvP strictly, they're not as in touch with what the PvEers are looking for. So they're like, oh, I don't make money. Well, you're probably not just buying the right things that people want and selling them, but you absolutely can make a killing as a PvPer. Oh, 100,000%. How you been, Parallax? We've missed you. Hope things are good. But yeah, no, that's what I said. There's definitely a lot of money in PvP. The deadly strike weapons can make a fortune. Again, the powerful assault can make a fortune. So there's definitely a lot of opportunity out there. Which I know I talk about some of that in the video coming up as well. So I know I've alluded to several times. So Nine and I are putting together the style pages. Yep.
There's a lot of styles.
We're putting together a video. Basically, it's the PvEers Guide to White Strikes Mayhem. The tips and tricks we've learned over the years, again, that tend to have a more PvEer
mindset
focus. It's for people who maybe are not as good at PvP or a little scared of PvP, that, less experienced in it. Been better, battling some energy. Oh, well, big hugs, Parallax. We are always here if you need us, my friend. I know some days can be tougher than others, but we are always here. Always here, whenever you need us. But yeah, so we're basically putting together a guide that's specifically like, hey, PvEers are going to talk about here's the best way to do PvP things, and those are for people who are good at PvP. I am making a guide for those who suck like me, who are just trying to survive and get their damn tickets and get out. So that's what we're going to be putting out. We're going to be putting it out ideally. The goal is Saturday, but it's a big video to get out that quickly. We rearrange a few things, but it is going to go out prior to the event at the very least. And like I said, we'll make sure we post it in the Discord for you guys. It'll be on our YouTube. If you guys are interested, you can go sub to us over on YouTube. Subbing is free. It's the same thing as follows here on Twitch. And we're on a mission to post a lot more YouTube videos this year. So we revived our Shalador's Library from the dead. This is, I think, the third attempt to revive it.
The second.
Correct.
We only did it one other time, and but this time we've kind of we changed. It makes it feel like third because we kind of changed it from the first way we did it. Because the first one we did, we kind of did the scrolling text, and now we're just doing the book read, so people can read along. So I said that may feel like it, but
10 months ago was the last one.
Yeah.
So we're reviving it again. So the first one that was put out was Redguard's History and Heroes, and again, it's just us reading the lore book. So if you guys are interested, here's a link. It's literally just a little less than 4 minutes, and it's a great opportunity to actually learn some lore. So we're going to be putting out a couple of there's the Redguard's History and Heroes volumes 1, 2, and 3. And it's a lot to learn about Frondar Hunding, which you'll come across in Craglorn, right?
No. Alakir.
Not Craglorn. Alakir, thank you. Craglorn. But yeah, so like I said, Frondar Hunding is a big name. Hunding's Rage. Yeah, kind of Lady Riot. Like I said, we just want to basically read you guys lore books. That's all we want to do. Shuros Makai. Yeah, so Frondar Hunding is associated with actually the creation of Hammerfell, which again, if you read these books, so it's kind of fun. So like I said, they're just little 4-minute videos of us reading these Shalador library books, which again are all found in game. You guys can find them yourselves and read them in your lore library. But we thought it would be fun to put together a little kind of playlist of all of these. So as we get more and more, we can just put it on and just listen to lore.
If you don't think that Arcanists are overpowered, that should prove it right there. That he just came in and just shredded through with no issue with 4 skills.
Get
basically.
Wrecked, But yeah, so that's what I said. We're reviving that series, so we're gonna be doing a little more with that. We are still doing, so we're actually flip-flopping. Normally the second weekend of the month, we put out a 3-minute game review of any other games. A lot of we do the indie games. So we did a review for Stuffed. It is ready to go, but we're actually going to flip-flop, and we're going to put out the ESO guide first. So Stuffed review will come a little later in the month. How about them necro changes on PTS? CMC. I will say, admittedly, are not big necro players. So for us...
yeah, right?
But I can see, for those of you that do play necros, the love-hate situation going on there. Did I say that out loud? Well, that's Maddie. I was actually looking. I don't know if Puppies had an update for it, but I know Puppies like initial run through. It was like maybe a 5% DPS like loss, and again, those are for like min-maxing players. Most normal people, I don't think, are going to feel the ramifications that
Probably
heavily.
not. No.
I think everybody's just like, oh my god, it's over. Arcanist will never be good. I feel like they're still gonna be really
they're not gonna.
I still feel
they're not gonna take Arcanist down completely because again, it's a new class. It's a new class, and they need to. They're gonna keep it alive and well and top of the tier until, for a couple of years.
10% less OP beam. Yeah, because that's what I saw. I saw. I think it was like Puppies had tweeted or something. And he's just like, all right. He's like, initial parse check. It's like 5% less. It's gonna be like 2 to 3 minutes tops on a boss. It's not that big of a deal. Why is everybody freaking out?
Maddie, you're just gonna need to parse more. Not in just
How will
parse
I do
more.
any damage? Ark's dead. It's over.
Time to come up with a new class.
Do you think we will ever go to Akavir, Pandania, Yakuta, or Aldmiris? I don't see why we couldn't.
Providing you can keep all the players still playing and interested, absolutely. And the reason...
I think the possibilities are endless here. They've already shown us that they're willing to go, kind of outside Tamriel.
I was talking to Gwen. Or it might have been Katie. I forget who. I was talking to one of them. And we were talking about Alethea, right? Athelia. I'm sorry, Athelia. Talking about Athelia. I always get those.
Athelia.
Dyslexia. Anyway, we're talking about Athelia. Now, the problem with Athelia, I say the problem, is you have to understand that with Athelia is she...
Oh, I think you got Snugpod. You were talking about Snugpod.
Yes. So it might have been Katie. Like I said, it could have been Katie or Gwen. Anyway, so with Athelia, one of the things you have to remember is that for those of us who've never played Oblivion, Morrowind, Skyrim, Sky Oblivion, Daggerfall, any of those other games that take place in the future, it'll be interesting to see what they do. And I say that because Athelia does not exist in those other games, which are in the future, which means that a number of things, a number of outcomes are possible. Yeah, that one. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you wonder if they basically put her back into the forgetting at the end of it.
Either they put her into the forgetting, or she puts herself into the forgetting, or again, if she disappears and puts herself into a parallel where, like, they dragon break again, and they basically say, oh no, ESO is a parallel timeline to everything else, so it doesn't actually exist with everything else. So well, they made it
don't spoil it. We have a lot of friends that haven't finished Necrom yet. We can't spoil it.
Dang it, Maddie, finish Necrom. But anyway, yeah, so I said any number of things may have occurred or may occur as it will be, where again, there's going to have to be some semblance of how she doesn't exist anywhere else
at the end of in Necrom, the Necrom storyline, Maddie, you will find out if or that is or is not true. No, you're fine. No, You're correct. It's not, what you said is not a fact. It was a
Yes.
speculation. 100%. You're good.
So yeah, like I said, if you play Necrom, you find out stuff and things, and that's all I'll say. But
Never ending apocalypse.
so basically, is where does Athelia go after, right? Assuming that they don't want a dragon break. The other side? Left
I
and
got
right?
you,
left and
Maddie.
right?
Hold on.
So assuming they don't want... Oh, Maddie, you asked for it. Getting it. Ask and you shall receive.
I got you, Maddie. Got you.
That's her banhammer.
I got you.
Her
It's my band paddle. There's at least twice in the last 2 weeks I probably should have used it and I haven't.
You know what I mean? So basically with Athelia is she didn't exist. Now she exists. But she doesn't exist anywhere else. Any other, assuming that ESO, Skyrim, Morrowind, Oblivion, assuming that they're all the same timeline, they're all a pseudo-linear timeline, they basically have to go and do something, the developers have to go and do something with that, right? And that's what I'm curious about to see. I said, she could lock herself back up and erase herself from everyone's memory again. She could.
Or do they?
She could.
Or do they just say screw it and let there be a disconnect?
Well, right. That would mean that, again, that there's parallel timelines. Or the only variant to that,
Feels like lazy
no,
writing.
No.
It isn't though, Nate. It isn't though. It's honestly, if it were lazy writing, they would have done something that didn't require them to come up with an explanation.
And so
just one apocrypha.
So basically with that is now there's one other variable, there's one other variant to that, because obviously she doesn't exist in Skyrim, Morrowind, Oblivion, Daggerfall, again, that we know of. There's no lore, there's no nothing, right? So she could, but she probably doesn't. So one of the things they could do is, depending on how they end her arc here, if they end her arc here, is not, and I'm not saying, and by any means, do not twist my words, Maddie. Well, thank you for the follow.
Welcome in.
What I am saying is, they very well roll to their pocket. What I
they probably know
right?
he's coming.
What I am saying is that with Athelia, if they wanted to keep a linear timeline without dragon breaking it, there is one opportunity to do that, and that would be if they Elder Scrolls 6 takes place between the time of ESO and Daggerfall.
That's not unheard. That wouldn't be, I think.
No, and that'd be, like I said, no, not at all. Like I said, if they basically solved it kind of the way, however they want to solve it, but very similar to how they solved it now, would be a good solution to that, and again, still keep that timeline.
I didn't think of that. They also changed her name to something not present ESO, but present in other games. Kind of become something else.
I guess the question is what. Oh no, that's actually very valid. Actually, the more I think about it, they very well could, if you will, immortalize her. That'd be something very feasible. Be like, oh hey, I'm tired of being. You know what? Everyone hates me as being a Daedra. I'm going to become mortal. I will live a mortal life. And like you said,
there's a lot of paths
they change her name.
It'll be interesting to see what they choose.
Talos died a human, lived a human, and is nothing more than a human.
Nine doesn't like Talos.
I
just as much as he loves
I think Talos, much like a lot of figures from our existence, lived a life and was blown out of proportion. I'm not saying that they weren't real. I'm just saying it's blown out of proportion.
Also, for any of those that are interested, if you run the Castle Thorn on Vet starting today and running through the 12th, you will have the opportunity to get the Lady Thorn monster style page. You will have a better chance of dropping if you do have the hard mode achievement. You don't have to run it on hard mode every time. You just need the achievement, but it will increase the drop rate. So that is from now through the 12th.
No, not at all. Not at all. I said there's like, don't get me wrong, like Lorcan is like borderline in that boat too, right? Like a number of them. A number of the divines are borderline in that boat, where they were mortals and then they ascended, right? Honestly, I think they're just people who had way too much power and are really good at propaganda. And just convinced everyone that they were more than they were. Look at Hunding. I mean,
also,
like, Hunding didn't go around. He never ascended. He didn't go around telling people he was the greatest, and clearly he was.
As I said, the story of Grondar Hunting is actually really interesting. It was a really good story. So that's why I said over the next next couple of weeks, you guys will, at least for me, get the lore book readings if you're interested.
Lorcan is. I always mix him up. Is he the god? I don't think he was the trickster god. He might have been the trickster god, but I thought he was the god of magic.
He's the missing god, the deity most directly associated with the existence of the mortal plane. Is the god of all mortals.
Yeah, Rajin.
He's not the trickster.
Who was I talking to? I was talking to Gwen or Katie again. It was in that same conversation with Ethelia, and the three deities of creation, because there was the void, and there was the other two, and I always forget their names. Always.
It's Anubis.
Same name as the sun.
Oh no, Anu.
Yes,
Padme
is the void. Yes. Anu, Padme. No. The void is Padme. So there's a new Padme and there's a third one.
Many versions of Anu and Padme, the two primal forces.
Magnus. Yes, there you go. Thank you.
The Asia combine both Anuic
Anakin
and Padmaic basis.
And yeah, basically Madigan.
That's
basically.
Every time that's what I hear every time.
Padme, Annie, and Obi was the third one. Obi-Wan. He was. It wasn't Obi.
Yeah, there's a lot. Like, ESO lore is so incredibly
they've
intricate.
Had years. Obi, Wan Shinobi, yes.
Also, you guys got 2 days as of now. But you have until February 8th at 10 a.m. Eastern time if you want to run Vet Crypt of Hearts 2. You have the potential to get the Narianeth monster mask style page as well. So that's going on right now. I get a little overlap on those two. It's overhand again. Have the high ground. Also, 9 missed the Fork of Horripilation.
Did I?
February 1st through the 5th.
Whoa, hold on.
9 does not get his fork again. One day, Ninetales.
No, never,
day.
Apparently. I'm never going to get it.
Oh, right. The Unfathomable Knowledge music box is also coming at the end of the month.
That's going to be a fun one.
That's a really fun one. I know we gave one of those away when Necrom announced last year. You underestimate my power. Sweetwater Cascades is
Yep,
coming
Thieves
back.
Oasis is here.
The Tower of Unutterable Truths.
Thieves Oasis.
The Mars Pledge Mare, I actually kind of like. I'm not gonna lie. The 2-seater. It's just a really pretty white horse. Yeah, the Imperial War Horse is February 22nd to the 28th. I think that the event's going to start on the 22nd. I think it's going to run the 22nd through the 7th. We're going to pull that any second, Lady Riot.
Mostly.
As far as announcements go, I really don't have any major announcements, but let me see what I got. I am also going to be putting up the trial signups for PCNA. We're going to be running that on Friday. We are going to be running... Ooh, Sunspire. You guys are all in on Sunspire. Yeah. Ooh, got the chills. Yeah, you guys are all in on Sunspire. So we're going to be running Sunspire on Friday. I'm going to get that... those signups up in Discord, so you can check those out. PTS Week 2 is up. Again, we are gonna cover those every Monday. The patch notes, the big patch notes were already taken care of. We finally got through those today. And we're gonna get to kind of the little revisions every week. So again, big highlights from the PTS patch notes today was we looked at the costume coming with the Jesters Festival, and all of y'all are gonna sell it. And then the from a combat standpoint, Barb Trap is is it Trap Beast? Or is it Barb Trap?
Barb Trap.
Barb Trap, yeah, is looking to be in a little bit of a rough spot after this patch. So those are kind of the big highlights there. They're updating the tutorial a little bit, but that probably won't impact most of you guys anyway. So Nee, we only do a stream bingo on occasion now because we got a lot of harassment over
Prizes.
the like giveaways and stuff. So we just couldn't sustain
Our sanity.
the constant badgering over it. So we do it. I gotta take it down, but we did it for the reveal event. But we used to do it every stream. We used to do it every stream for people to win some like crown crates and stuff. But, what was I saying? PTS. If you guys are interested in jumping on PTS, it's usually about a 6-week cycle. We have a little guide here on how to access that, so you guys can take a peek. If you have a PC account, you can access it completely free. It's just gotta download it. It is a massive hunk of game to download because you're basically downloading almost an entire another server. So keep that in mind. Make sure you have space on your computer if you're interested. But if you have that PC account, you can access it at no additional cost and check out the changes they're looking to implement. Next in-game event is going to be White Strikes Mayhem later this month. I am going to speculate the 22nd. I'm thinking the 22nd through the 7th. We will see for certain, but that's what I'm feeling. That's what I'm feeling. So we are going to have preload events for anybody that wants to preload completed Imperial City quests. We're going to do that on PC NA and Xbox NA. Xbox NA, we have some signups in Discord. You don't have to necessarily use them, but like I said, gives JC an idea of who's coming. PC, I will get some signups up 9, and I have to pick a date. White Strikes is usually a biannual event, so they do it twice a year. It used to be Mid-Year Mayhem, and they used to do it in like June, but they decided to do it twice a year, so Mid-Year Mayhem didn't really make sense, so that's why they changed it to White Strikes Mayhem, and they now do it twice a year. Yes, JC would like you to join them for Killapalooza. Excuse me. Also, for my Kofi supporters, your stickers are officially in. We got them in today. We got these bad boys. Look at them. They're so dang cute. Little purple torch bug with a little winter hat and some booties. So if you guys subscribed in January, you'll be getting this. And we do have February and March's that I am not going to show you guys yet. They're super fun. I'm really pumped. We got some really cool ones. Nine helped kind of judge the March one. I had started with something and Nine's like, what about this? And I was like, oh yeah. Yes, that is, thank you, Lightfoot. Yes, Millennial, you probably saw the Guilds and Glory celebration, which had an Imperial City component. Yes, that was absolutely true. Rude. I'm just gonna make you wait a little longer. I haven't decided. Maybe I'll tease it. Maybe I already teased it. Maybe there's a teaser up about it. Who knows? So, either way, if you are interested, you can check out our Kofi. If you subscribe at a tier 2 or higher, you get one of these exclusive stickers every month that you are subscribed, and a little note from us. So, it was a few months ago. Yeah. They do it twice a year. So, I think they did White Strikes a little later at the end of last year. They didn't do it summer per se. I think they did it a little closer to the fall. Maybe. Or maybe they did July. Maybe they did it mid-year. I don't know. I know they had 2 back-to-back last year because they were doing some stuff at the beginning of the year, so they kind of pushed it a little bit. So I think it might have been back-to-back in kind of the middle of the year. What else we got here?
Cool.
I think that
Sounds
was it.
good.
All right. We're going to pull this lovely giveaway. Somebody's going to be getting a witch ensemble costume.
Salas comes in. Salas has no idea what we're even giving away, so let's just give it to me. All right. Let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this and this. And then right? Y'all getting in on that. And then let me 3, 2, 1. Boom. Oh, hey, Lady Right. Excellent. Good for you.
Every goddamn
Just have to ask the bot nicely.
I swear it works. It works for Southern Dawn. That's how Southern Dawn won her pink torch bug. That is, I swear to God, if you talk to the bot just before, I swear to God, it happens. I see it happen in other people's streams. I see it happen here. I swear to God,
So while the missus
is
is swearing to gods, the 8 gods, because there's only 8, not 9. What is your @name platform region so that I can get this out to you?
Oh, bitch.
Now you will get to look
So
like the
rigged.
witch that you are by using that magic. Get it. CNA, perfect. Awesome. You know, come through.
All right.
I copy that.
9.
I do
you
actually,
know where
I
you're
do.
going this evening.
In 2 seconds. Perfect. Awesome. From that. All right. Cool. Let me put annotate that in my notes.
Notes.
Here.
Sorry.
All right, chat. Check this out. So this is a newer individual. They're coming into ESO. They're doing MMO Mondays, and they're playing ESO now. They're just starting their journey, it looks like. It's wonderful. They do a little bit more Dead by Daylight, but they're trying to get more into ESO and Trove. So we're going to go over, say hi to them there again. They have follower goals, which is great. We love follower goals. If Collector's here, don't steal her thunder, Matthias, or anyone else. But if she's not here, by all means, do it, because I just want to do it. Explanation Raid 1. If you are a sub to the channel, you can do exclamation raid 1, and you can copy pasta that from Stream Elements, exclamation raid 2. If you are a follower of the channel, you can copy pasta that from Stream Elements. We're going to head over to a new friend of ours, Willow in a Way. They are doing some ESO. They are fun. They are a VTuber. They're a good time. They're super chatty and super interactive, so that's going to be a good time. You get over there. If you don't already follow them, by all means drop them a follow, because follows cost nothing and hurt no one, and they are absolutely free. Additionally, we want to spam their chat with all the love the Foxen has to offer, and we will be back again with a salad for the misses on Wednesday, along with whatever else we have to offer, and we will see you all then. So you all have a safe and wonderful evening, and we will see you all on Wednesday.
Have a good night, guys.